The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communications from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., February 11, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Dale W. Strong to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House on January the 3rd, 2025, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leader for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognizing between the parties, with the time equally allotted between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip, limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch.
Oh, sorry, go ahead, Massachusetts.
Okay. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch, for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, and thank you. Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Subcommittee on the Military and Foreign Affairs, I rise in strong opposition to executive actions taken by the Trump administration to shut down U.S. foreign assistance and undermine America's national security. Over the past 2 decades, I've led multiple bipartisan congressional delegations to Iraq, Afghanistan, Lebanon, Syria, Ukraine, Somalia, and Gaza, as well as other conflict zones. These oversight missions have examined the implementation of U.S. foreign assistance firsthand, precisely because the security and humanitarian aid that we provide to our international partners is critical to advancing U.S. national security and foreign policy priorities around the world. Recent executive actions taken by the Trump administration demonstrate a blatant disregard for the important role that foreign aid serves in keeping America, including American service members who are deployed in these conflict zones, safe. In the first major foreign policy action of his new term, President Trump issued an indiscriminate stop order suspending U.S. foreign assistance for at least 3 months. That includes the suspension of security and military aid to Ukraine, which is entering the 4th year of its fight for independence against the brutal, unlawful invasion ordered by Russian President Vladimir Putin in 2022. Our continued support for Ukraine is vital to the ability of the U.S. and our NATO allies to deter escalating Russian aggression across Europe. The order also freezes aid to Taiwan, which remains the target of Chinese military incursions that threaten peace and stability in a region where nearly 400,000 U.S. military and civil personnel are deployed in support of the U.S. Indo-Pacific Command. To make matters worse, the Trump administration has halted all mine removal programs led by the State Department in more than 125 countries. During oversight visits to Lebanon, Iraq, Afghanistan, and other areas where former battlefields are littered with anti-personnel explosive devices, I've directly observed the dedicated partnership between U.S. agencies and non-governmental organizations such as Halo Trust and the Lebanese Mine Action Center, who work together to remove landmines, cluster munitions, and other ordinances for the safety of local populations and American diplomatic and military personnel. This week, I will be introducing the Global Demining Protection Act, endorsed by Halo Trust, to exempt demining programs from the ongoing ban on foreign aid. Most recently, the Trump administration launched a full-scale attack on USAID, an independent agency duly established and annually funded by Congress. The fundamental mission of this agency and its global workforce of more than 10,000 dedicated employees is to promote stable democracies abroad in the interest of U.S. national security. First, top USAID security officers were removed for rightfully refusing to grant billionaire Elon Musk and his so-called Doge team access to sensitive personnel files and classified systems. Next, President Trump attempted to place all directly hired USAID employees on administrative leave, including those who are deployed overseas. Thankfully, a federal district judge has issued a temporary restraining order preventing the administration from placing employees on leave or evacuating them from overseas assignments. In Mr. Musk's words, USAID is a criminal organization, time for it to die, close quote. Well, the agency that he is desperate to kill without congressional approval is one whose development mission in more than 100 conflict countries are designed to prevent the root causes of global violence and extremism, including famine, civil war, and human rights abuses. That is why the nonpartisan American Foreign Service Association reports that, quote, development is the most important tool in our national security toolbox. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to oppose these reckless actions in the interest of the safety and security of every American. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Alford, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to honor our February Veteran of the Month, Randall E. Watson. Randall is a retired Army Chief Warrant Officer 4, or CW4, and Human Resources Officer with more than 24 years of service. Randall got his bachelor's degree from Central Missouri State University in Warrensburg and his master's from American Military University in West Virginia. In April of 1990, Randall deployed to Panama with the 135th Mobile Army Surgical Hospital as a patient administration specialist to provide medical and dental services to the indigenous persons of Kuna on the San Blas Islands. Randall Watson retired from the Missouri Army National Guard in 2014 and from the state of Missouri as the director of its veteran service programs in 2020. In 2016, Randall received the Meritorious Service Medal from the governor of Missouri for outstanding meritorious military service to Missouri and the United States of America. Thank you. Thank you for your truly admirable dedication to Missouri, America, and to veterans. You have left the Missouri Army National Guard and the Missouri Veteran Service Program poised for continued greatness. Congratulations on being Missouri's 4th Congressional District's Veteran of the Month, Randall. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor our February Small Business of the Month, Tie House in Lebanon, Missouri. In 2009, Shutiwan Kingnak Tracy met her husband Michael Tracy and left her home in Thailand to begin her journey to live out the American dream. The Tracys worked hard to open a small business, working in different restaurants until opening up their own. Saving her pennies, Shuti saved just enough to buy a food truck and trailer out in Oklahoma. She filed for her LLC in July of 2024, and then they opened the Tie House for the first time at Lebanon's Farmers Market. Through ups and downs and after a decade of hard work, they were finally able to become American small business owners. Tie House continues to grow despite the recent economic turmoil caused by the previous administration. And they look forward to being open this spring after being closed during the winter. And Missouri's 4th Congressional District is excited for their Thai food. I can't wait to taste it myself. Congratulations to Tie House. We love to see your hard work come to fruition, and we look forward to your future success. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to say happy birthday to my mother, Carolyn Sue Adams Alford. It's her 86th birthday today, Mr. Speaker. She was a school bus driver. She was an executive assistant at Exxon USA, a mother of 4 boys, a sweet Adeline with always a song in her heart and great advice for her 4 boys. And Mom, love you very much. Happy birthday, Mother. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Puerto Rico, Mr. Hernandez Rivera, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the administration recently announced sharp cuts to federal grant funding for universities, medical centers, and other research institutions. These cuts will devastate our students, our professors, our seniors. And what concerns me the most, these cuts will devastate Puerto Rico. Why? The NIH, the target of these cuts, funds critical medical research. During the past year, the NIH has supported 73 projects and provided up to $53 million for Puerto Rico's universities, hospitals, and research centers like Centro Médico in San Juan. These cuts threaten local programs studying diseases that disproportionately affect Puerto Ricans, like diabetes, Alzheimer's, cancer, and other rare diseases. These cuts will hinder scientific research and progress. These cuts will hinder the people's access to health care. These cuts will set us back vis-a-vis China and our geopolitical rivals. The government cannot treat people like numbers on a spreadsheet. We can't cut corners on healthcare and education. We can't fall behind our global rivals. We must protect the NIH. And now, for benefits of my constituents, I will repeat my remarks in Spanish. La administración anunció recientemente recortes drásticos en fondos federales para universidades, centros médicos e instituciones de investigación. Estos recortes devastarán a nuestros estudiantes, a nuestros profesores y a nuestros adultos mayores. Lo que me preocupa más es que estos recortes devastarán a Puerto Rico. Los National Institutes of Health, el enfoque de estos recortes, financian investigación médica crítica. Durante el pasado año, los National Institutes of Health financiaron cerca de 73 proyectos y alrededor de $53 millones para las universidades, los hospitales, los centros de investigación en Puerto Rico, lugares como el Centro Médico de San Juan. Estos recortes afectan los programas que investigan enfermedades que afectan desproporcionalmente a los puertorriqueños, como el cáncer, la diabetes y el Alzheimer's. Estos recortes debilitarán la investigación y el progreso científico. Estos recortes afectarán el acceso de nuestra gente a la salud. Estos recortes nos debilitarán relativo a China y otros rivales geopolíticos. El gobierno no puede mirar estos problemas como mera estadística en una hoja de balance. Nosotros no podemos crear atajos cuando de la salud y la educación se trata. Nosotros no podemos quedarnos atrás frente a nuestros rivales geopolíticos. Nosotros tenemos que defender los National Institutes of Health. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maliotakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As our nation celebrates Black History Month, I rise to honor Staten Island's own Black angels. 70 years ago, tuberculosis plagued our nation, killing over 1 billion worldwide and accounting for the deaths of nearly 18% of all deaths in New York City alone. Fear of this unknown, highly contagious and deadly disease led many nurses who were treating tuberculosis patients to quit. In search of staff, New York City turned to African-American nurses from the Jim Crow South who could not find jobs due to segregation. 300 women bravely accepted New York City's request to help, to serve sick patients, taking advantage of the opportunity for employment in a career field often withheld to them. They became known as the Black Angels. These nurses selflessly cared for 2,000 patients in my district at Staten Island Seaview Hospital. They played a significant role in the first ever human trials and the first drug to cure tuberculosis. Since its discovery in 1952, tens of millions of lives have been saved. And these women all did it at a time when they didn't even have equal rights in our country. I'm proud to represent the last remaining Black angel who worked during the trial. Staten Island's Virginia Allen began as a 16-year-old pediatric nurse's aide and worked in the ward for 10 years. She was there during the clinical trial and is one of the 2 Black angels who are still alive today. She continues to selflessly serve our community as president of the North Shore Staten Island section of the National Council of Negro Women. Last year, I honored Virginia along with Curleen Jennings Bennett, who had later on come to serve at Seaview in 1957 in the Adult Pavilion. They, along with their fellow Black angels, were recognized for their heroic achievements in a congressional record that I submitted. So that way, they will be applauded and recognized for years to come. I also hosted them and their families and descendants in my Staten Island office to properly acknowledge the contributions that they made to our community. And I'm very happy to have worked with our local city councilman, David Carr, to get legislation passed through the council to rename street outside of Seaview Hospital in their honor, and that will soon happen. And I thank Councilman David Carr for getting this done so we can unveil it this spring. Their riveting story is beautifully laid out in the book, The Black Angels, The Untold Story of the Nurses Who Helped Cure Tuberculosis by Maria Semelios, which I had the opportunity to read last month, and I encourage everyone to read this powerful book to learn about this inspiring piece of our nation's history. The Black Angels heard the call to arms and boldly, proudly stepped in hallowed halls of Seaview Hospital with their mission to care for the infirmed, knowing they were putting their life at great risk. Their story is finally being shared with the world, and it is fitting that we bestow upon them all the accolades that they were deserving then during this Black History Month and each and every day moving forward. I thank them for their service to Staten Island, to our city, to our nation, and to the world. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the woman from Oregon, Ms. Bonamici, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong opposition to the administration's decision to pause or end, or as the unelected billionaire Elon Musk said, feed into the wood chipper, government payments for food aid. The thoughtless plan to shut down or pause the work of the U.S. Agency for International Development, USAID, is wrong for many reasons, but it's especially harmful to people around the globe who could starve without this food aid, and it's harmful to the U.S. businesses and American farmers who sell their agricultural products to the U.S. government. In 2020, the U.S. government bought more than $2 billion in food aid from American farmers. But right now, because of this wrong decision by the administration, there's about 500,000 tons of food, including rice, wheat, and soybeans, at risk of spoiling. Much of it is stockpiled in ports across the country, including about 31,000 tons of food at the port in Houston, Texas alone. What a truly senseless waste, and shameful considering how many people around the globe are food insecure. My home state of Oregon has a robust agricultural sector. We produce wheat, potatoes, and amazing specialty crops. We export more than 80% of our wheat production from Oregon. The administration's egregious decision has been really harmful, and it is also harmful to national security. This is a national security issue. You know, the bags of food and the vials of medicine that USAID distributes, they are labeled from the American people. That improves our standing in the world, and it keeps us safer, because it's common sense to understand that people are much less likely to turn against the United States if we are saving their lives and their families' lives in their country. This decision also goes beyond USAID because the Trump administration has also paused funding several programs at the Department of Agriculture that support farmers, food producers, food banks, and people struggling to afford food. At a time when food prices remain high, something I know our constituents care about, stopping these programs is inhumane and short-sighted. So on behalf of our Oregonian and American farmers, On behalf of those in America who want to retain what's left of our global leadership, I urge the administration to reverse this heartless and harmful decision. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMaffa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, what we're dealing with once again is a power grab tracing back to the last administration. President Biden, for leaving office, administration put through a whole wave of last-minute regulations knowing they wouldn't have to deal with the consequences themselves. The EPA led the charge, rolling out extreme rules targeting the production of fuel and electricity, driving up our energy costs even more, hitting American industry and families hard. White House also used NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act, to slow down critical infrastructure and energy projects with excessive red tape, putting politics over progress. NEPA is also weaponized to stop important timber harvest, which would help prevent wildfire, which would help prevent fires like we saw in Southern California if more and more brush and such was removed, and pole lines, power lines could be removed and upgraded. But they run into one problem after another with NEPA, Endangered Species Act, et cetera, especially last-minute ones. All through the West, especially last-minute additions to national monuments or wilderness areas mean pretty much hands-off by people going in and being able to use those areas, whether it's for recreation, for hunting, or important things like timber management, so we don't have such horrific fire zones that come from federal lands like that, and other important objectives like being able to find more energy in our vast national reserves and the ability to continue with agriculture, new opportunities to store water for agriculture, as we see pictured here. Shasta Dam in my district, Northern California. We have an opportunity to add to that dam and bring another 600,000 acre feet, which is desperately needed. We keep running into more and more environmental problems brought up by that with the weaponization of NEPA. And again, these last minute rules done basically almost at the midnight hour at the last of the Biden administration. The courts indeed are finding that these are overstepping. When a judge recently ruled that the White House Council on Environmental Quality overstepped its authority with its NEPA regulations, proving what we already knew. Biden bureaucrats had no problem rewriting the rules to fit their agenda. So Congress, we the people, and this is the people's house, need to fight back. And we have the ability with that with one tool known as the Congressional Review Act, which would slow down the efforts of bureaucracies that seem to be more and more unaccountable by Congress being able to push back and say, no, these rules that you've made are out of line. So my colleague Andy Biggs from Arizona has brought forth a Midnight Rules Relief Act legislation to the floor so Congress can block multiple last-minute regulations instead of having to do them just one at a time. When outgoing administration uses a scattergun approach with all sorts of bad rules and things that are harmful to the economy, harmful to our water supply, then we need to be able to have that ability to move more quickly in Congress as well. So that's why the Midnight Rules Relief Act is going to be important. So, for example, when you see, what's this mean for individuals? We have one example here that my colleague Harriet Hageman from Wyoming is helping Dusty Johnson in South Dakota with. There's a 75-year-old fence dispute there on ranchers' land that the Forest Service is adjacent to. Now, instead of just resolving it, Forest Service and Department of Justice is coming in threatening giant 10-year sentences in prison and $250,000 fines when the solution would be just getting done a land survey and solving the dispute on where the fence line is supposed to be, trying to intimidate people into giving up their rights on their property. We see time and again people with stock ponds, watering holes that people have built many years ago for agriculture, for watering their cattle and such. Someone comes along and decides, hey, you didn't get the right permit for that many years later. Or they think it's somehow affecting a watershed and they want to take it away and fine the heck out of them for that. Water takings, like happening in my district in Northern California, where an emergency drought declaration, even though we have plentiful rainfall and snowpack these days, the drought declaration is still in place, harming people in Siskiyou County. People on the coast in Marin County have been bullied off their land by NEPA and the environmental groups, suing them time after time so they don't get their grazing permits that they need long term, and they can't afford to do any upgrades if they want to do the right thing. So really, our water supply is in peril, and our agriculture is in peril when you look at how important these crops are to the nation of what's grown just in my home state of California. These things would not happen if this is allowed to keep going. With the weaponization of NEPA, the weaponization of the Endangered Species Act, and time again, people finally give up. We've seen that in the Point Reyes Seashore Park there that has been bullied those people off their land.
Gentleman's time's
with
expired.
using NEPA and environmental organizations suing them to death.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate Black History Month by uplifting Chicago's own urban historian, the one, the only, Sherman Dilla Thomas. Dilla reminds us that our past can teach us something important about our present. And I agree with Dilla that everything dope about America comes from Chicago. Dilla's Chicago pride is matched maybe by only my own. A lifelong Chicagoan, husband, and a father of 7, Dilla gained prominence following the COVID-19 pandemic as he used social media platforms to share the forgotten stories of Chicago's local neighborhoods in just 60 seconds. Since then, he has expanded his unique talent for making history accessible and storytelling captivating through guided tours, history lessons, speaking engagements, and lectures to countless organizations, institutions, and businesses in the Chicago area. My personal favorites are Dilla's videos sharing the stories from the Illinois 3rd Congressional District and our own neighborhoods, including Humboldt Park, Belmont-Cragen, and Logan Square. By connecting the stories of Chicago's Great Migration that brought millions of Black Southerners to Chicago, to the wave of global migration from Ukraine, Central America, and Venezuela we see today, Dilla connects us through storytelling, honoring our shared experiences and our shared humanity. And in a time where we seem to be forgetting history, Dilla's powerful voice could not be more pertinent to this moment. So Dilla, it is my honor, on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, to commend you, Sherman Dilla Thomas, for reminding millions of us of our interconnectedness, millions of us that extend beyond race and culture. I want to wish you the best of luck as you embark on a new role at the DuSable Black History Museum. Keep telling our stories and remind us of our history. Congratulations. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to uplift Black History Month by celebrating my constituent, a lifelong teacher and a local historian in DuPage County, Ms. Glennette Tiley Turner. For decades, Ms. Turner has dedicated herself to preserving the stories of the Black resistance and the multiracial coalitions that struggle against injustice. Moving to Wheaton in 1968, Turner researched and studied DuPage County's history and participation in the Underground Railroad, an organized network led by formerly enslaved African Americans resisting American chattel slavery. In 1978, Ms. Turner published her first book, The Underground Railroad in DuPage County, Illinois. In it, she reminds us that in the past, our country has faced moments that tested our courage and our integrity, and that in those moments, we need brave leaders to step up and resist injustice. May we remember that historians like Ms. Turner will one day document how we stood up in this precise moment. So on behalf of Illinois' 3rd Congressional District, I commend Glennette Tiley Turner for her remarkable service as an educator as a powerful historian, and as a cultural steward. Thank you, Ms. Turner. Your contributions have been entered into the congressional record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with that, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Menendez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a dedicated member of our community, Ms. Kim Nesbitt Good. Together with her husband, Ted, Kim owns the Nesbitt Funeral Home in Elizabeth, New Jersey. In this role, she builds on the legacy of her parents, who started the business nearly 100 years ago. But her advocacy and accomplishments run much deeper than just her business acumen. When it comes to uplifting Black voices and making real progress in the fight for equality and justice in the city of Elizabeth and beyond, Kim Nesbitt Good's legacy is unparalleled. As the founder of Friends, an organization of Black women dedicated to the success and prosperity of their community, Kim has been a leading voice for creating change for women, for families, and for our community as a whole. And as the founder of the Friends of New Jersey Legacy Foundation, she's working tirelessly to recognize Black history and honor the trailblazers who paved the way towards progress for generations of people in Elizabeth and Union County. As we celebrate Black History Month, it's important that we uplift the stories of those who continue to make a difference in our communities. Kim Nesbitt Good is an excellent neighbor, a friend to so many, and a tireless advocate for the causes she is so deeply passionate about. It is a privilege to represent her here in Congress, and on behalf of the entire 8th Congressional District of New Jersey, I want to thank her for her commitment to serving others. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the incredible life and legacy of Gary Greenberg, who passed away last week. Gary embodied the meaning of public service, community, and care for others. He devoted his life and career to serving our youth as executive director and CEO of the Hudson County Boys and Girls Club since 1996, and in various roles within the organization prior to that. He was a force in Hudson County, and even if you didn't have the privilege of knowing him personally, it's all but guaranteed that you benefited from his impact on our community as a whole. He was selfless, devoted, and cared deeply about children and young adults who needed a helping hand. Gary went above and beyond in this role, working with teenagers in the club's Keystone Leadership Group to advocate for better mental health services in our state. Our community is stronger, more vibrant, and more inclusive because of Gary Greenberg, and he will be sorely missed. Our thoughts are with his family and all those who loved him and were impacted by his extraordinary life. Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Moskowitz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today because I am deeply concerned that we are headed towards a government shutdown, which is on March 14th. And it's not about whether Democrats or Republicans would win politically, because we know the American people will lose. But let me tell you why I'm deeply concerned that we are headed to a government shutdown on March 14th. I'm worried because the Speaker has not brought the 12 individual spending bills, the way we should fund the government. In fact, the promise that was made by my Republican colleagues on how we would fund the government. Republicans have made the argument that the last election was about the status quo disappearing. It can't exist. People are fed up. They created DOGE, right? DOGE, which is going through the federal government and finding fraud, waste, and abuse, so they say, so they claim. But if that's true, Mr. Speaker, if Elon Musk and DOGE has found all this fraud and waste and abuse, hundreds of billions of dollars, as they claim, well then, Mr. Speaker, we can't fund the government by CR anymore, because the CR would refund all of that waste, fraud, and abuse that DOGE has found, which means the only way to fund the government is to fund it by individual spending bills. But we're running out of time, Mr. Speaker. We have a month before the government shuts down. We got to get back to the process of individual spending bills. If we don't, then the Speaker will be the one who will have closed the government for the American people. And so I'm concerned. I'm here to work with the Speaker on the 12 individual spending bills. Democrats are at the table to do that. But we have to be honest. We can't tell the American people we're for reducing fraud, waste, and abuse. We're for government efficiency. Look at all these things we have found. And then say, but we're going to refund them all with a clean CR. And so, Mr. Speaker, I rise to say, I'm here. I'm willing to stay weekends. I'm willing to work for the next month so that we can fund the government appropriately by the 12 individual spending bills, a promise that my Republican colleagues made. But the Speaker's got to start getting that train moving. Otherwise, he will close the government. Thank you.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until 12 noon today.
The House will be in order, and the prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Wise God, what wondrous words you offer us. Your words of counsel, your words of guidance, your words of wisdom. Such knowledge is too wonderful for us. Who are we that you are mindful of us? Yet you made us a little lower than the angels and have crowned us with glory and honor and placed everything at our feet. Then how important it is for us to pay attention to the words you speak and to hear the insight you reveal to us. Your thoughts are not our thoughts, and so it behooves us to listen closely to your voice, lest we become inured to it. Your ways are not our ways, and so we must discipline our steps to walk in the path you lay before us, lest we drift from it. Hold us accountable to our stewardship of the knowledge and wisdom you provide, that nothing we say or do would cause us to stray from your intent. In faith, we approach you with arms wide open to receive the abundance of spiritual truths you measure out for us this day. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramaniam.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purposes the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In October, the Putinist Georgian Dream regime in the country of Georgia rigged an election. The regime seeks to steal the future of the Georgian people and sell it to war criminal Putin, the Iranian regime, and the Chinese Communist Party. The brave Georgian people are still on the streets for 76 days of consecutive protest. 80% of Georgians want to be close friends of America and part of the EU and NATO. But the regime is responding with violence and arbitrary arrest. The regime has given the Black Sea port to the Chinese Communist Party and has visited the regime in Tehran as Iran sends assassins to murder President Donald Trump. Legitimate Georgian President Salome Zurabishvili, who attended the Trump inauguration, is courageously standing for free and fair elections. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Open borders for dictators puts all Americans at risk of more 9/11 attacks imminent, as warned by the FBI. Mr. Trump is reinstituting existing laws to protect American families with peace through strength. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
I consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the party who proclaims to be America First is screwing over our farmers and making it harder for people in rural communities to survive. This unified Republican government hasn't done one damn thing to support regular people or help them put food on the table. The House Agriculture Committee is holding a hearing this morning about the economic crisis in farm country. Newsflash, it's declining by the minute because Donald Trump and Elon Musk work for the billionaires and not for regular people. This self-proclaimed America First crowd is threatening tariffs against our closest trading partners and upending food aid that is shipped by American farmers. The last trade war started by this president cost American farmers $27 billion in exports. And here's the sick part. Republicans are cheering him on because they want to use the money they steal from the American people, from farmers, and from SNAP recipients to give billionaires a tax break. That's not America First. That's not supporting our rural economy. It's a sham deal for working people. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman, without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Highland County Public Library as it celebrates 50 years of service. In 1975, James Bowen petitioned the Board of Supervisors to establish a local library. Initially, it operated as a branch of the Botetourt Rockbridge Regional Library in the Highland Masonic Building. By 1981, rising costs and a desire for independence led the library to become an independent institution. Community members were determined to give the library a permanent home. In 1982, the Mountain View Extension Homemakers Club contributed $500, sparking a successful fundraising campaign that raised $65,000 by 1986. In 1987, the community's dream became a reality with the opening of a new library building. For decades, the library has been a cornerstone of the community. Much of this success is thanks to former board member and volunteer Margaret Peggy Bird, who has been a guiding force for nearly its entire history and remains a supporter to this day. The library has been led by just 3 directors, Mary Richardson, Pat Shield, and current director Tommy Harold, who's led the library for the past 25 years. Congratulations to the Highland County Public Library for its 50 years of service. Here's wishing you many more. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Rise to address the House for up to 1 minute and to revise them step by step.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this is perhaps the happiest speech I have ever given on the House floor. It is to honor this year's Super Bowl champions, the Philadelphia Eagles. As a long-suffering and scarred Philadelphia sports fan, and as one who's born and raised in Philadelphia, I think I speak for many of my neighbors and fellow fans when I said, some of us thought we might never see the day we see an Eagles Super Bowl. Now we have actually seen 2 in the last 7 years. So, Mr. Speaker, I am proud to introduce H-Res 123, along with my colleagues Don Norcross of New Jersey, as well as members Evans, Scanlon, Dean, Fitzpatrick, and Houlihan of Pennsylvania. I'm proud to say it is bipartisan. Fly, Eagles, fly. Go, Birds. Congratulations to the Super Bowl champion, Philadelphia Eagles. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week we have a chance to send a clear message. Break the law and put Americans in danger, and there will be consequences. Congressman Siscomani's Agent Raul Gonzalez Officer Safety Act holds traffickers and illegal immigrants accountable for reckless actions, especially those who flee from Border Patrol agents and create deadly high-speed chase incidents. This bill makes evading law enforcement within 100 miles of the southern border a serious crime with heavy jail time and a lifetime ban on ever gaining legal status in the U.S. If you put American lives at risk, you'll face the full force of the law. It's time to pass this bill and show that putting Americans' lives in jeopardy won't be tolerated and they will be held fully accountable. This is the type of leadership that we've had under President Trump, and we need to continue to have here in this House to keep our border secure and not unnecessarily subject our citizens to this needless risk and deadly tragedies. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Family separation is devastating and traumatic for any community, but that's especially true for the 70,000 Korean Americans in Virginia and the millions across the country. The Korean War led to displacement and separation of countless families, and many remain separated for decades. These second and third generation Korean Americans were raised on the heartbreaking stories of family members cruelly divided, and now in the twilight of their lives, they seek to reconnect. And that's why I have introduced the bipartisan Korean American Divided Families National Registry Act with my colleague, Congresswoman Young Kim. This bill creates a registry to help accelerate the process for Korean Americans who wish to reunite with lost loved ones. Since 1985, there have been 21 family reunions for citizens of South and North Korea organized by their governments, bringing together 4,000 families. So the Korean families here in the U.S. deserve to have that opportunity. Congress must work across the aisle to bring families together, not tear them apart, and so I urge my colleagues to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor the memory of a fellow Hoosier, Joey Hanlon of Greenwood. He lost his life to fentanyl in 2022. Joey was deeply loved by his parents, Kathy and Jamison Carrier. They have turned their grief into action, sharing Joey's story to help prevent other families
from experiencing similar heartbreak. Last week, on this House floor, I voted for the Halt Fentanyl Act. It represents a crucial step toward providing law enforcement with the necessary tools to keep these deadly drugs off of our streets and to save countless lives. We must come together to confront this crisis by securing our borders, by holding traffickers accountable, and to supporting those impacted. Together, we can save lives, and in doing so, honor the legacy of Joey Handlin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the 2 years since the Dobbs decision, we've seen nothing short other than an all-out assault on our reproductive rights and our reproductive freedoms, including a steady march to pass a national abortion ban, coupled with efforts to roll back access to contraception and IVF. It is truly shocking that in 2025, we have to defend Americans' access to birth control and the ability to decide when they start a family. But the attacks on reproductive freedom keep coming. 4 out of 5 people in this country oppose these attempts to restrict our autonomy and our freedom, and we must fight back. That means making sure that the right to access to contraception is codified into law. I'm proud to co-sponsor H.R. 999, the Right to Contraception Act, and I will continue to fight to defend women's and families' freedom to make their own personal health care decisions. This should not be partisan. Preserving our freedom is American. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, after meeting with sheriffs, prosecutors, and families from across eastern North Carolina, one thing is clear: fentanyl is devastating our communities. The deadly drug is causing kids to overdose, destroying families, and overwhelming law enforcement. Congress must take action to address this crisis, which is why I introduced the MAP Act and supported the Halt Fentanyl Act. We must secure our border, hold the cartels accountable, and stop this poison from entering communities across America. Mr. Speaker, the opioid crisis is not just a border state problem. It's all of ours. Congress must protect our families by properly equipping our law enforcement community and working to decrease the demand for illicit drugs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 122 and ask for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 3, House Resolution 122. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 77, to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code to provide for en bloc consideration in resolutions of disapproval for midnight rules and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The bill shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill and on any amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or the respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here today to debate the rule providing for consideration of H.R. 77. The rule provides for H.R. 77 to be considered under a closed rule. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Judiciary Committee or their designees. The rule provides for a motion to recommit for the bill. The Midnight Rules Relief Act addresses an inefficiency in the government and allows Congress to retain its current authority, overseeing administrative rulemaking without bogging down the legislative branch when we have so much work to get done. In 1996, Congress enacted the Congressional Review Act, which requires agencies to submit rules to Congress and the Government Accountability Office before they can go into effect. This gives Congress an important legislative veto option over the agencies. However, this legislation requires Congress to introduce separate joint resolutions for each agency rule it wants to disapprove. Members at the time had no idea how out of control the administrative state would become. Since the Congressional Review Act passed, agencies have issued around 2.5 times more regulations during the last year of each president's term. And under the Biden-Harris administration, federal agencies expanded their power at an alarming rate, undermining the legislative authority granted to Congress by the Constitution. The Midnight Rules Relief Act empowers Congress to review and potentially disapprove several regulations that federal agencies may attempt to implement in the last days of an administration by allowing Congress to disapprove multiple rules through one joint resolution, if those rules were issued during the last 60 legislative days, the midnight hours of a president's term. This would allow Congress to quickly regain control and oversee agency rulemaking during a time when there is consistently a huge increase in executive overreach. I sincerely hope my colleagues on the other side of the aisle will support this bill. Just last week, we brought a bill to the floor that combats this country's fentanyl epidemic, something I know all of us care deeply about. But rather than debate the merits of the bill, my Democrat colleagues spent most of their time talking about what they believe has been executive overreach by President Trump. Comments were made that my colleagues are concerned that President Trump will try through executive order what he can't do through the legislative process. So today, we present a bill that will help return authority to Congress and curb executive overreach. If my colleagues are truly concerned about executive overreach, they should vote for this bill and start with the overreach that occurred in the final days of the last administration. I thank Congressman Biggs for introducing the legislation, and I look forward to supporting this bill on the floor. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. For what purposes the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady from Minnesota for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
As the gentlelady pointed out, this rule would bring H.R. 77, the Midnight Rules Relief Act, to the floor for debate and consideration. The underlying bill is a bad bill, and it was a bad bill back when we considered it in December, and it is still a bad bill now. This is a bad bill that's all about Republicans gutting protections that ensure safety, health, and well-being of each and every American. It is a blatant power grab that was ripped right out of the pages of Project 2025. Why would Republicans want the ability to roll back protections en masse with very little debate in a way that could threaten the lives and livelihoods of regular people? Why would they want to do that? I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker. The answer is simple. It's so they can deliver big for their billionaire donors and special interest friends. It's so that they can make it easier for greedy corporations and Wall Street CEOs to make a few extra bucks while they screw the rest of us. Billionaires don't want workplace protections. They don't want rules that keep them from dumping toxic chemicals into our food, water, or air. And they don't want restrictions on their corporate greed. Why would they? That digs into their bottom line. and Republicans are happy to give the billionaires exactly what they want. We've seen it in every policy coming out of the Trump White House. We've seen it in almost every bill that this majority brings to the floor. They don't want to talk about it here on the floor, but Mr. Speaker, Democrats are going to talk about it, and we're going to expose it. And we are going to highlight all the ways they are trying to steal from the American people so they can give more handouts to those at the top. The American people deserve to know the truth about what's really happening here. And I'm going to use my time on the floor today to continue to expose it all on behalf of House Democrats. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And all I can say is, wow. There's a lot going on the other side, talking about this being a bad bill. This is a bill that will attempt to recover the Congress's ability and authority to overrule rules written that are done in the last few days of a president's term. We should have the ability. One of the things that we hear about when we are talking to our constituents is overregulation. Congress, the elected representatives, need to be able to deal with the overregulation and the rules, particularly in those last 60 days during an administration while they are on their way out the door, and see it as a last-ditch effort. I see this as making sure that we are responding to our constituents. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I want to inform the gentlelady of a fact I hope that she knows, and that is the CRAs are already the law. We already have this authority to go after regulations that this body doesn't like. And multiple CRAs have been introduced by Republicans in this Congress. And to the best of my knowledge, not a single committee has held a hearing or a markup on any of them. Not one. Not a single one has been brought to the floor for a vote or debate. What we object to is you bringing en masse all these different things that you don't like, limiting debate so that we can't each talk about them individually, and just shoving them down the throats of the American people. Whatever happened to single issue bills that you all said you wanted? This doesn't even require you bringing CRAs to the floor that are under the jurisdiction of one committee. It could be multiple committees. So, I mean, that you say you need this emergency authority. You have the authority. What you don't want to do is you don't want to go through the debate. You don't want the American people to know what you're doing. You don't want them to know that you are going after things that ensure their safety and their well-being. So I think that's shameful. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to say one thing here. I get why Republicans, are so anxious to get more tax breaks for billionaires. I now get it. Yeah, and I'll urge the American people to follow the money. Follow the money, and you will understand why politicians are beholden to billionaires, why they want to do things like what we're talking about here today on the floor. And to anyone watching this debate who actually thinks that Elon Musk cares about them, all I can say is that it takes an extraordinary amount of self-delusion to believe that billionaires like Elon Musk are fighting for working-class people. I don't even blame Elon. He's just doing what greedy billionaires do. Who I do blame is the Republicans here in the Congress who are letting him add to his billions by stealing from the American people. Just this week, Trump and Elon started to dismantle the CFPB. Do you know what CFPB stands for, Mr. Speaker? The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. They messed up now because they're now showing their hand. It was never about waste, fraud, or abuse. It's about enriching themselves. This is not just some random government agency that has no purpose. This is an agency designed to protect American consumers from unfair, deceptive, and abusive corporate practices. Why would they want to do that? Why would Elon want to gut the CFPB? Well, I did my homework, and I found out that Musk recently announced a partnership with Visa to enable payments on his social media platform X. That means it would be subject to, you guessed it, CFPB oversight. And once Elon realized that, well, he wasted no time in declaring, in his own words, the CFPB would soon, quote, rest in peace. As if on cue, Trump listened to his boss and he froze the CFPB's critical work. Nearly 2,000 employees ordered to stay home and sit on their hands. Mr. Speaker, the CFPB has been on the front lines of unrigging our economy, handling over 5 million consumer complaints, refunding $20 billion to the American people, and imposing over $4 billion in penalties on Wall Street for breaking the law. So this is not about waste or fraud or abuse. Every dollar spent on the CFPB returns twice as much to the American people. So then what is it about, Mr. Speaker? What is it about? It's about greed. It's about billionaire greed. They're shutting down the agency that stops billionaires from ripping people off. It's that simple. It's that simple. And beyond that, Republicans will use this bill, the so-called Midnight Rules bill, to make it easier for banks to charge predatory fees that will adversely impact the people we represent. Democrats support the CFPB, which protects people from these predatory big bank fees. Republicans, the big banks write their damn checks. CFPB passed rules that stop banks from charging predatory overdraft fees, passed rules that reduced expensive credit card fees, passed rules to limit medical debt from credit card reports. Plain and simple, Mr. Speaker, the CFPB stands up to corporate greed, and that's exactly why. It's exactly why Republicans who are beholden to billionaires like Elon Musk want to freeze it, want to gut it, and ultimately destroy it. No one wants to talk about that on the other side of the aisle. But I must remind my colleagues, the people of this country elected us to represent them, not to give billionaires and corporate profiteers free rein to rob working families blind. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from Reuters entitled, Feds Powell, No Agency Other Than CFPB Tasked with Consumer Protection Enforcement.
Without objection.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I truly understand that the Democrats are very upset that they lost the election. But the American people voted to change the direction of government. They voted to end overregulation. They voted to end growing government agencies, growing government in general, and they voted to end the growing deficit. They're done. And we need to move forward, and we need to answer to the American people about what we are doing to make sure that we get these things under control. But I'd also like to just quickly address, it's incredible that my Democrat colleagues are trying to claim some moral high ground about single subject bills. House Republicans have worked hard to bring single subject appropriation bills to the floor and pass them individually. When was the last time my Democrat colleagues did this? Instead, they've passed massive omnibus spending bills when they were in the majority, along with omnibus packages like the American Rescue Plan and the Inflation Expansion Act. So please spare us the false outrage at the idea of omnibus bills. The truth is this bill prevents the House from bundling CRAs with similar topics into smaller single subject packages. There is also nothing that prevents the House from continuing to consider CRAs on a case-by-case basis. But we have to have the option when an outgoing administration dumps rules in the last 60 days. We have to have that option to make sure we are addressing issues. I think our efforts towards single subject bills demonstrate why Republicans can be trusted to use this tool responsibly. And I look forward to my Democrat colleagues abiding by their newfound commitment to single subject bills the next time they are in the majority. I would also like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman, Mr. Biggs.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the gentlelady for yielding to me. I do find it really interesting that the logic, if you follow the logic of those who oppose this bill, what they're suggesting is for the 1,406 rules that the Biden administration passed since August, that they want us to do a bill and then one bill for every one of them. Let's do one bill for every one of them. Now, we could do that. I'm happy to work. If that's what they want to do, let's do it. We can come back next week. I'm happy to work every Saturday and Sunday. That's our job. But they don't really mean it. They don't really mean it, Mr. Chairman. Because the reality is, if they meant it, then they wouldn't stack 50 bills into one at a time when they do their omnibus spending packages, the way they always do. That's really interesting. But you know, the value to our economy and the budget of the rules that were implemented by the Biden administration, those 1,400, let me just tell you, this isn't Andy Biggs talking. This isn't some outside group. They claim it's whatever, the 2025 thing. This isn't those guys. It's not any of those folks that said the cost to the economy and the budget is $1.34 trillion. No, that was the Biden administration's own admission. That's what their rules, imposition of their rules would cost. And we'd love to get at that. But you know what? They want us to do 1,400 separate bills. That way, none of their suspension bills where they're naming their post offices after their friends are going to get named. That's just what might happen. Not going to be enough time. But the bottom line is this. They don't want us to consider the rules of the outgoing administration. Because when we do, we're going to see some absurdities. How about the heat rule? You know, they're up in the New England states, they might get 10 days a year where the high is over 86 degrees. But in Arizona, might have more time, madam.
Yield whatever time the gentleman may use.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. So let's consider Arizona, where I am from. Do you know how many days are above 86 degrees? And people working outside? There's about 300 a year. But they want the rule set up by some person in a little cubicle, if they even came into work, they might be working from home, a little cubicle to put a nationwide rule in place so that Phoenix, Arizona, basically is knocked out of being able to actually work and make it meaningful because we have 300 days a year above 86 degrees. That's their heat standard. That's the rule. Then if you go into this, some of their anti-pollution stuff, well, guess what? Guess what the number one particulate in Phoenix, Arizona, Maricopa County, just under 6 million people is? It's desert dust. And you know what the EPA says to us? Hey, you know what you need to do? Go use water. You need to water that stuff down. Guess what? The EPA also tells us, you got a water problem. That's the kind of rules that they don't want talked about. Because what they want to do is, if that rule's in place, you throw in the 86-degree heat rule, Maricopa County, a big red county that they don't like, effectively gets shut down economically from economic growth and expansion and population-wise. That's why the rules need to be reviewed. And they say, okay, let's review them one at a time. They don't want to review them one at a time because this bill does not prevent you from reviewing them one at a time. Doesn't prevent that. You can still do it. But it makes it more efficient because guess what? We got about 1,400 rules and maybe 6 of them were worth a tinker's dam. And that means the rest of them have to be reviewed. And the only way you're going to get them reviewed and get the debate on them is you can aggregate them in different subsets. That's what this rule allows. That's why it's important. And it's important for the American people to understand that that administration imposed about $1.35 trillion worth of rules on them in the last year alone. With that, Mr. Chairman, I thank the gentlelady and I yield back.
Gentleman yields. The gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts recognized.
Well, Mr. Speaker, first of all, let me say the gentleman has it all wrong. He said we don't want to come down here and debate all of these one at a time. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. What we don't want you to do is to pack 1,400 regulations into one bill where there's no debate and nobody knows what the hell they're voting on, and the American people don't know the harm that you are about to do to them. And let me just say, all the urgency that I hear expressed on the other side about all these regulations, a number of CRAs have been introduced, and not a single committee has held a hearing on any of them. Not a single markup, nothing. And so urge you had a month. What the hell are you doing? We have this is not a busy week. We haven't had any busy weeks. This is a very light legislative schedule. I mean, it's incredible how light it is. So it's not like we don't have the time. And, I get it. He doesn't want to talk about the fact that Trump and Elon, as we are speaking, are literally shutting the government down, agency by agency, department by department. I get it. They don't want to talk about that. But that's what's happening right now. I mean, the agencies and departments that are working, that are set up to work for the American people are being shut down. People are being told to stay home, and it's illegal. And courts are now stepping up to the plate. And the gentlelady from Minnesota, oh my goodness, I don't even know where to begin. She says the American people voted for this. No, the American people didn't vote for higher bank fees. They didn't vote to have banks rip them off. Maybe they did in Minnesota, but nowhere else in the country do I think the American people voted for that. And, and I would just urge my Republican friends to do your job. We haven't even finished last year's appropriations bills. I mean, we're running up to a deadline in March on a continuing resolution to keep the government open for this year because my friends who are in charge, can't seem to kind of get their act together. So anyway, Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 1101, the Taxpayer Data Protection Act. In a matter of days after Donald Trump became president, Elon Musk and his Doge minions gained full access to our government's central payment system at the Treasury Department. And for those watching at home, that's your data. It's your tax refunds, your Social Security benefits, your veterans benefits. It's your bank account numbers. And it's disturbing and alarming to hearing House Republicans talk about unelected bureaucrats and the power that they wield. That is Elon Musk. Your data is in the hands of an unelected billionaire whose only actions thus far have served to help make him and his billionaire friends richer. I don't even know what clearances these people have. Thank goodness a federal judge just days ago blocked Musk's access to this data. But Republicans and Musk are not stopping. Just this morning, and you can't make this stuff up, but just this morning, Republican Representative Eli Crane from Arizona says he's going to impeach the judge who blocked Musk. I mean, really? That is why we must consider the Taxpayer Data Protection Act and ensure that our nation's payment systems and your data are protected. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record along with any extraneous materials immediately prior to the vote on the previous question.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I'm happy to yield 2 minutes to the sponsor of this legislation, the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
Gentlelady is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you so much to my profound and wise colleague, the ranking member of the Rules Committee and former Chairman Jim McGovern. He's absolutely right that H.R. 1101, the Taxpayer Data Protection Act, which I was so pleased to author and introduce last week alongside my colleague Sean Casten and alongside our Democratic leadership, is where we need to move. We need to ensure that we have some guardrails in our Treasury Department. I was a former Treasury Department official myself in the very beginning days of a new administration, the administration of Barack Obama, when actually a bipartisan group of us came together to respond to the economic and fiscal crisis of the time. I was put on the auto rescue team, the team responsible for saving General Motors and Chrysler from liquidation. And again, it was a bipartisan effort, and it saved 200,000 Michigan jobs and millions of jobs across the country. And nowhere in that process, when we were working with the Troubled Asset Relief Program dollars, did anyone dare to think about going into the Bureau of Fiscal Service and to tapping the wires in the accounts of the American public and jolting and shaking the very foundation of trust. And so this bill is a very simple measure of saying, let's make sure that we've got true public servants, people who have passed protocols, people who have top security clearance, people who don't have conflicts of interest. The American people deserve that modicum of trust. And you know what's even more outrageous, Mr. Speaker? Is we're talking about the rulemaking and the rollbacking and the ways in which we choose to legislate here. Why are we not talking about the costs that are impacting everyday Americans? I got sworn in on January 3rd into the 119th Congress, and I'm waiting for the bill. I'm waiting for the bill to lower egg costs. I'm seeing headlines that eggs are being stolen. I am hearing from constituents, yes, who are nervous about Elon Musk having access to their records and their payment system, but they're wondering why they can't go to the grocery store and find eggs. They're wondering about the high costs of everything. They're wondering why prescription drugs are about to go up because of an executive order. Where are we working on that? So yes, let's pass the amendment, let's do H.R. 1101, and let's get back to the business for the people of this country. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I understand that the Democrats are very upset that they lost the election. And I'm glad my Democrat colleagues are showing the American people where their priorities are. For 4 years, President Biden issued executive orders without the consent of Congress that increased inflation. We all saw that. Created additional burdens for our small businesses. We heard about that. And limited consumer choices. And my Democrat colleagues said nothing. But when President Trump tries to stop our government from spending $20 million of taxpayers' hard-earned dollars to create a Sesame Street show in Iraq or $2 million on transgender surgeries in Guatemala, then my Democrat colleagues howl and jump up and down about executive overreach. The American people are sick and tired of being told that executive orders that put our federal government in the way of our businesses and our family budget are responsible. But attempts like this bill to roll back these burdensome regulations are reckless. The Democrats don't want government spending examined. They don't want to address unnecessary programs. What they want to do is continue out of control spending, growing our deficit, spending those taxpayer dollars, spending taxpayer dollars. These aren't our dollars. We need to be responsible. And that is why they elected President Trump and Republicans. They want a change in the direction of this country. I reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I really understand why my Republican colleagues don't want to talk about what's going on in this country. I really do get it. They want to change the subject. And if I were them, I wouldn't want to talk about their lousy and unpopular agenda either. Nor would I want to talk about the fact that they're robbing these incredibly effective programs that help the American people to basically pay for a tax cut that's going to end up resulting in a multi-trillion-dollar debt. They don't want to talk about that, and I get that. I get that. But they want to eliminate programs to help working families in this country. They are defying court orders to choke off money for, get this, cancer research. For cancer research. They are trying to choke off money for consumer protection. And I just came from an agriculture committee hearing. They're trying to choke off money for our farmers, for rural America, for rural America. And they go on and on and on about waste, fraud, and abuse. But they don't want to talk about how their MAGA buddy, Pete Hegseth, Trump's Secretary of Defense, wants to dip into taxpayer money like it's its own personal slush fund. No, they don't want to go there, do they? This guy, and again, you can't make this up, but this guy wants to spend $50,000 on an emergency paint job for his government housing. $50,000 for an emergency paint job for his government housing. $50,000. This is an emergency. You know, I wouldn't want to talk about that either if I were them. I mean, I can only, you know, I wouldn't want to talk about that either if I were them, Mr. Speaker, but I have two words for Pete Hegseth. Home Depot. And I can narrow it down to one word, Lowe's. You get paint at a much cheaper rate than $50,000 to repaint your government housing. It's ridiculous. And that's perfectly fine with my Republican friends, perfectly fine. I mean, I can only assume that it's luxury paint for that price tag. Maybe my colleagues can correct me. And meanwhile, they have the gall to come down here and lecture us about government efficiency and waste. I mean, it takes my breath away. Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to insert into the record an article from military.com entitled, Hegseth wants $50,000 for emergency paint job to move into military family housing, lawmakers say.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, this is the kind of corruption and waste and fraud that people deserve to know about. The kind that Republicans want to keep hidden from the American people during our debate today. Well, guess what? I want to expose it. And Democrats are demanding answers because we think everyone deserves to know why this administration wants to spend $50 grand on paint for their fancy new houses, while many of our troops live in housing with black mold and lead paint and can't pay the bills or make ends meet. That ought to be the priority, not a $50,000 paint job for the new Secretary of Defense. It's the same scam every single time. They do not care about efficiency or cost. They care about themselves. This is about tax breaks for billionaires, giveaways for their friends, and making sure the rich and powerful never have to sacrifice a damn thing. These people don't buy their own groceries or pump their own gas. These are Fox News Nepo babies that are fine with government waste as long as they're the ones doing it. And I'm just so tired of this, Mr. Speaker. They are stealing from the American people. They do not care. They want to spend taxpayer money on luxury paint jobs for their fancy new houses while they screw over the rest of us. And Democrats are not going to put up with this BS. This administration is corrupt, and we will call it out over and over and over and over again. I reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. Gentlelady from Minnesota is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentlelady, does the gentlelady reserve?
Reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not prepared to close yet. Mr. Speaker, again, we are here during a rule debate talking about this majority's agenda for Congress. And it's funny because Republicans have a razor-thin majority. They have no mandate. A mandate is like you won by 20 or 30 or 40 seats. You guys lost seats in the last election. Republicans have the smallest majority in nearly 100 years. And so Republicans need every single vote to pass crummy partisan bills like this one. They can't afford to have any of their members miss a vote. And Mr. Speaker, when Democrats were in charge, when I was the chairman of the Rules Committee, we actually put in place proxy voting in response to a worldwide pandemic. Anyone could cast their vote remotely if they had an excused absence. Because it's 2025 and not 1725, and we actually can use technology to vote remotely. The backlash we got from Republicans on this was insane. You know, they went out to the press and they said that proxy voting was illegal. It's unconstitutional. It's this, it's that. And guess what? They did it themselves. Speaker Johnson voted remotely 39 times. Let me repeat that. Speaker Johnson voted remotely 39 times. And he voted remotely so he could go home early. He voted remotely so he could visit school kids. He voted remotely for an entire week once. He just didn't show up. Then, despite him voting remotely dozens of times previously, when Johnson became Speaker, he ended remote voting because he said it was, quote, unconstitutional. Unconstitutional. Yet he voted remotely 39 times. So imagine my surprise, Mr. Speaker. I would, totally blew my mind this week when I see that Representative Byron Donalds somehow voted, and he wasn't even here in this building. Mr. Speaker, I have a parliamentary inquiry.
Parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, are members allowed under the House rules to vote by proxy?
Inquiry.
Are members allowed under House rules to vote by proxy?
Rule 3, a member may not authorize another person to cast their vote, and members are also prohibited from casting a vote on behalf of another member.
So further parliamentary, Mr. Speaker, are members allowed to vote by proxy if they have a TV appearance in California that they really want to go to?
Under Clause 2 of Rule 3, a member may not authorize another person to cast their vote, and members are also prohibited from casting a vote on behalf of another member.
So this is really interesting now, because last week Congressman Byron Donalds was at HBO studios in California, not on the House floor. But somehow news reports say he also voted here on the House floor at the same time. And this is so interesting, Mr. Speaker, because I have a tweet here from 2 years ago when Representative Donald says, and I quote, "Today, House Republicans will vote to end proxy voting once and for all. The House of Representatives isn't a tech company. Its members should work in person in the people's house," end quote. Yet, he voted by proxy, and after he voted to end proxy voting. And this is the kind of hypocrisy that appears to be a specialty with my Republican colleagues. And again, Mr. Speaker, let me ask if I can make a further parliamentary inquiry.
Status parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, let's say a member of Congress has a baby. Let's say they're undergoing treatment for chemotherapy. Let's say a close family member dies. Is there a provision in the rules for them to vote remotely?
Provide advisory opinions or respond to hypothetical questions.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is not hypothetical, I kind of get what's going on here, but we have a colleague, Representative Pedersen, who is currently home because she just gave birth. She can't vote because this majority has refused to put in place a bipartisan tool to allow it. Meanwhile, Republicans are out here breaking the rules while they jet off to Hollywood. So clearly the rules apply and are held so sacrosanct by the majority that they can't be changed for new moms, but somehow they can be changed for interviews in Los Angeles. So, let it apply to thee and not me. Mr. Speaker, further inquiry: were Representative Donald's votes recorded as if he cast them properly, or has his absence been recorded?
The chair would direct the gentleman to Clause 2 of Rule 3.
So if I understand that correctly, they were recorded, even though he wasn't here in person.
The gentleman is free to consult the records of the House.
Okay. I have, and his vote was recorded even though he wasn't here. So let's just call this what it is. It's voter fraud under the rules that the Republicans have put into place. Let's not even get started about who used Donald's card to vote for him. They are fraudulently casting votes on the House floor to make sure they win every time, whether or not they have enough members here. But apparently, the voter fraud is okay if they do it. This is unbelievable. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Minnesota is recognized.
Reserve.
Gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I will yield myself the remaining time. I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we have covered an awful lot today. We discussed how Trump Elon and their Doge minions are trying to take down the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, an agency that has delivered more than $20 billion, that's $20 billion with a B, dollars back to consumers because Elon doesn't want his business to be regulated. We talked about how former Fox News personality turned Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth wants to spend $50,000 in taxpayer money on a high-end house paint job, all while Republicans cry about government waste. We exposed how some Republicans are committing the equivalent of voter fraud in the United States Congress, and yet they still refuse to let new parents be able to vote remotely. I have a name for all of it, Mr. Speaker: corruption. Rule for thee, but not for me. Hypocrisy. And Mr. Speaker, is there a single thing any of them, Trump, Elon, or any of the people on the other side have done or are doing to help regular people? A single thing. A single thing. They promised they'd lower grocery prices. Egg prices are through the roof. They promised $1 a gallon gas. Gas prices are going up since Trump took office. Oh, and don't forget, they promised to end wars. Trump's now talking about sending U.S. troops to Gaza so that Jared Kushner can build a Middle East Mar-a-Lago. I mean, did people really vote to send their sons and daughters to be deployed in the tunnels of Gaza? You know, they promised America first, and they want to put tariffs on Canada and Mexico that Americans would have to pay for. And they backed down when the market started failing and they got nothing to show for it. Not a single thing done for the American people, just broken promises after broken promises after broken promises. Republicans have a 3-vote majority. They do not have a mandate. They need to work with Democrats to get anything done, anything of consequence, that is. But instead, they're too busy handing out favors to billionaires and putting themselves first, all at the expense of the very people who sent them here. You know, they want a government that only serves the ultra-rich. We want a government that puts people first. You know, I came to Congress to help people, not to hurt people. And you're not helping people when you're dismantling important agencies and bureaus that actually are there to protect the health and well-being of the American people. You're not helping the American people when you try to cut money from NIH to do cancer research. You know, you're not helping people when you try to gut consumer protection organizations that are all about making sure that big corporations don't trample over regular people and take away their rights or overcharge them. You know, for the life of me, I don't understand the silence on the other side of the aisle. You know, we've been, you know, in Congress now. There's new Congress for about over a month now, and again, nothing being brought to the floor to help improve the quality of life for regular people. Not a thing. Not a thing. I don't know how my friends go home and face their constituents and they say, "What did you do this week?" We did nothing. Nothing for you. We did a lot of body blocking to help people like Elon Musk and other very well-off and well-placed people enrich themselves, but we did nothing for you, the American people. That's not what we should be focused on. And the underlying bill that this rule is about here today is just another in a string of legislation, pieces of legislation that are being brought to the floor that are about trying to pull a fast one here. You know, to basically, you know, repeal all these consumer protections, all these things that are designed to help the American people all at once so that nobody knows what's in them. They can bring a bill with 1,000, that repeals 1,000 regulations all at once, and we have no debate. That is not the way this place is supposed to work. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on this rule, vote no on the underlying legislation, and I urge my colleagues on the Republican side to start putting the people of this country first. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes? The gentleman's recognized. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm prepared to close and yield myself the balance of my time. I am just so glad that my colleague across the aisle pointed out that we have covered everything today but the bill in front of us under consideration. I should stand here kind of surprised that my colleagues on the left don't support this legislation, but of course I'm not. Their lack of support proves what we already know. They don't actually care about executive overreach the way that they claim to. Unlike the Democrats, Republicans are not changing the subject. We are focused on making sure we do the job the American people elected President Trump and the Republicans to do. It is the Democrats who are they're talking about paint, and they're not talking about the bill in front of us. They're not talking about what we are doing. I very often find myself trying to refocus the Democrats to the bill we have in front of us. It happens in many, many committees. But the Democrats insist on sticking to their talking points, their pro-regulation, their pro-government spending agenda. A great example today is the rant about proxy voting. This has nothing to do with the bill in front of us. It's about a bill that deals with rule writing and the ability of Congress to undo rules and overregulation. But they stand silently while Joe Biden used the power of the pen to dismantle our southern border and tell Americans what kind of cars and dishwashers and water heaters they had to have. All of this was done without a single vote by Congress, and yet my Democrat colleagues never cried out about executive overreach then. My Republican colleagues and I are committed to streamlining federal operations and holding the government accountable. This bill accomplishes both of those objectives, and this is the bill that we are here to talk about today. The 1996 CRA requires Congress to pass a separate joint resolution for each agency rule to seek its disapproval, slowing Congress's ability to hold the administrative state accountable and block burdensome regulations. This legislation restores congressional control and allows us to review agency rules swiftly if they are implemented in the midnight hours of an outgoing administration. This is a simple, effective solution to improve and expedite the work of Congress, and taking a step forward to curb out of control over regulation. One could argue that none of the orders that the Biden-Harris White House implemented in the final days in office should go into effect, given the signal he received loud and clear in November that the American people do not want what the Democrats are selling. But perhaps that is a debate for another time. Today we're here to streamline congressional practices at a time when we are consistently bogged down. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support the rule and the underlying legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
Gentlewoman yields back. Okay. The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for the yeas and nays, please.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Ordering the previous question on House Resolution 122 and adoption of House Resolution 122, if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote, pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20. Remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the previous question on House Resolution 122, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 3, House Resolution 122, Resolution providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 77, to amend Chapter 8 of Title 5 United States Code to provide for en bloc consideration and resolutions of disapproval for midnight rules and for other purposes.
The question is on ordering the previous question. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 184. The previous questions is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it. For what the gentleman from Massachusetts? A recorded vote is requested. Those in favor, and the recorded vote will rise. A sufficient number risen, and according to the vote, the members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 216, the nays are 205. The resolution is adopted, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose, gentlemen from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to remove the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Collins, as a co-sponsor of H.R. 452.
Without objection.
And Mr. Speaker, I sent to the desk a privileged concurrent resolution and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the current concurrent resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 11. Resolved by the House of Representatives, the Senate concurring, that the two houses of Congress assemble in the hall of the House of Representatives on Tuesday, March 4th, 2025 at 9 p.m. for the purpose of receiving such communication as the President of the United States shall be pleased to make to them.
Without objection, the concurrent resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I have a privileged resolution for consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 125. Resolved.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection, the reading is suspended with. Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.Res. 23.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Be in order. Members need to take their conversations off the floor. House will be in order. Members are asked to take their conversations off the floor.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. House will be in order. Members are asked to clear the well and the aisles. For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember the award-winning TV anchor Mark Spain. On December 18th, Central Virginia lost a friend in WSET ABC 13 News anchor Mark Spain after a battle with pancreatic cancer. Mark Spain was known for his sense of humor, his smile, and his positive nicknames for his friends in the office. Mark was a consistent voice in the community and will be remembered as a pillar in the Lynchburg, Virginia area. On January 4th, a day after being sworn into Congress, I attended Mark Spain's celebration of life at the Thomas Road Baptist Church in Lynchburg, Virginia. Mr. Speaker, today, from the House floor, I want to take a moment to remember Mark Spain and say that Tracy and I join our community in praying for Mark, his wife, Lynetta, their 3 children, and the WSET ABC 13 News family during this difficult time. And with that, I yield back.
The House will be in order. If we could move conversations outside, please. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my deep concern over the cancellation of an appropriations subcommittee hearing by my Republican colleagues and the decision to replace it with a private briefing to silence Democrats. I am alarmed by the illegal impoundment of federal funding and the attempted destruction of U.S. aid. Americans deserve to know why this decision was made. The administration's decision to close U.S. aid is a direct violation of our Constitution and the law. U.S. aid is essential in stopping the flow of drugs, gangs, human trafficking, and migrants across our borders. Why are Elon Musk and the Trump administration working to dismantle the very agency that addresses the root causes of migration, violence, and drugs that are devastating our communities? USAID's work is critical to combating criminal organizations and strengthening international partnerships with the FBI, DEA, and the Department of Justice. Earlier this year, USAID support was acknowledged by as critical when a top MS-13 leaders were arrested on terrorist charges. Mr. Speaker, I demand answers. If our Republican colleagues are too scared to push back, Democrats will do our job. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor my predecessor, Matt Rosendale, for his years of public service to this House of Representatives and to the people of Montana. You know, like me, Congressman Rosendale served as the Montana State Auditor, Commissioner of Securities and Insurance before making his journey to the nation's capital. Congressman Rosendale was one of Washington's fiercest advocates for fiscal conservatism, border security, and the rights of the unborn. He never shied away from doing what he thought was right, nor speaking up for what he believed in. Congressman Rosendale, I wish you and your wife, Jean, all the best in your years ahead, and thank you for your service. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentle lady from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and celebrate achievements of Quinion Mitchell, a proud University of Toledo Rocket, and now a Super Bowl champion with the Philadelphia Eagles. Last year, I stood before you and said that Quinion Mitchell would make Northwest Ohio proud on the national stage, and he has done exactly that, helping lead the Eagles to victory in Super Bowl 59. His dedication, discipline, and talent have set him apart, earning him respect across the league as a key player of one of the NFL's top defenses. Mr. Mitchell is not only rocket making waves on football's biggest stage, I want to extend special recognition to fellow Eagle Dallas Gant. He also won the Super Bowl alongside Quinion. Their journeys from Toledo to the grandest stage in football are a living testament to the strength of our athletic programs and the hardworking spirit of the people of Northwest Ohio communities. Congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles on your championship, and to Quinion and Dallas. You make us proud and all of Northwest Ohio proud. Go Rockets. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize my Chief of Staff, William Smith, who is leaving our office. He has faithfully served the American people for over 20 years and has served alongside me since my first day in office in 2015. Before agreeing to lead my staff, he worked for Senator Jeff Sessions on the Senate Judiciary Committee and the Senate Budget Committee. Within 5 minutes of talking to William, you will know that he loves the Lord, loves his wife Diamond and his family, and he loves his country. When people ask how I have such a great staff, I always point them to William. He leads by example and embodies the idea of servant leadership. If you know William, you also know he's a true conservative who proudly stands for his beliefs, and even if he's the only one standing, he demonstrates his joy and his convictions, and it truly make him the consummate happy warrior. His departure is not only a loss for our office, but for Capitol Hill as a whole. I thank him for all of the years of his service to our country, and I look forward to seeing what he will accomplish in this next chapter of his service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to call attention to the continued suffering and amazing destruction caused by wildfires in Southern California, and the critical need for this body and for the President to aid those Americans affected by this natural disaster. Over 16,000 homes and structures were destroyed in the LA fires, and at one point, 200,000 residents were under evacuation orders. Severe drought and powerful winds made firefighters' jobs even more difficult. While we should be discussing how we, as Americans, help other Americans, as we've always done in other disasters, somehow we've gotten distracted with political theater and trying to score political points. Successful recovery from any disaster, wherever it is, takes cooperation across all levels of government. We've done it before, and we can do it again. We can't afford to waste time with political games or unnecessary conditions on aid. I urge my colleagues on both sides to do the right thing and deliver aid to their fellow Americans who have had their lives upended by tragedy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, Haley Stevens and I introduced the Protect Taxpayer Data Act. This is a very simple but tragically and urgently necessary bill to address the hack of the U.S. Treasury payment system by Elon Musk and his band of IT goons last week. This bill would limit the Secretary of the Treasury's ability to give access to the payment system only to people who A, have a top secret security clearance, B, have no conflicts of interest, C, are not special government employees, and D, have been federal employees for at least a year. So why is this necessary? Well, because what happened last week comprised one of the most significant breaches of privacy and threats to our national security perhaps ever. I'm not exaggerating. And this was done with the consent of Treasury Secretary Bessent. This point is important because some of my colleagues across the aisle have suggested that somehow what they're doing is just normal diligence. This is decidedly abnormal. It is so abnormal, in fact, that when David Lebrick, the Fiscal Assistant Secretary of the Treasury and former Acting Secretary of the Treasury, refused to grant access to Elon Musk, Mr. Bessent fired Mr. Lebrick so that Musk could force his way in. Now let's understand the scope of what happened. The Treasury Department manages a $5 trillion a year federal payment system. This is the way that every branch of government pays their bills. Like any accounting system, it's critical that all the bills it pays are approved, legal, and accurately recorded in our ledger. This is how we make payments on savings bonds and other debt borrowed by the United States. It's how we pay employees. It's how we pay contractors. It's how we provide foreign aid. It's how we pay tax refunds, veterans benefits, and Social Security reimbursements. It's how we distribute money to our intelligence agents and to intelligence assets who are embedded in hostile foreign governments. Take control of this system and you can quite literally destroy the United States. To put it mildly, it's a target for our adversaries. And yet last week, unvetted, unelected, and unconfirmed individuals using insecure software and hardware hacked into that system. Did they tamper with the code? Did they manipulate payment systems to prioritize payments to companies controlled by Mr. Musk? Did they inadvertently use hardware that had been infiltrated by our allies? Did they take classified information with them on the way out that could make they themselves a security liability? As we sit here right now, we don't know the answers to any of those questions. All we have is denials from the hackers. But on what basis should we trust them? Because after all, they forced their way into the system with the full consent of someone who lied to his wife, was convicted of 34 counts of fraud for lying to financial and election regulators. As the saying goes, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me every single time, shame on me. I would suggest that we should instead trust what this individual said when he was on the campaign trail, when he promised to enact revenge on his political enemies. Trump and Musk now have information that they could use to identify individual taxpayers who, I don't know, contributed to a charity that they oppose for selective retribution. If they got control of the stop payment controls, they could now block congressionally mandated payments for health care, roads, and bridges to governors or attorneys general who are currently suing to block their unconstitutional actions in the courts. With the personal information that they've hacked into, they could go after judges who have forced them to pay hundreds of millions of dollars in penalties after being convicted in jury trials of fraud, defamation, or of companies who compete with one of their many private entities. And as long as those risks remain, we have to assume that this is going to make every single American less likely to trust that they can provide their personal information to the United States government. To put it bluntly, what they did last week compromised the full faith and credit of the United States. If the president and Elon Musk were acting under the direction of a hostile foreign government, this is exactly what they would do. Now, I'm not saying that they are. I don't know. What I'm saying is that if their actions serve only to weaken the United States, that is at the benefit of Russia, China, Iran, and all the other countries that my colleagues across the aisle claim to love less than the United States. A functioning Congress would provide oversight. A functioning Congress would be subpoenaing witnesses and demanding public testimony. A functioning Congress would be treating this like the five-alarm fire that every American understands that it is. And yet here we find ourselves, knowing only that the Republican leadership is completely unwilling to fulfill their oath to defend our country against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Unwilling to protect the prerogatives of the House. Now, I hope that I'm wrong, but my fear is that they are a lost cause. Which brings us to my bill with Congresswoman Stevens. I know that there are Republicans in this body who love our country. There are Republicans in this body who I truly love and enjoy their company, and I know that they have told me privately that they are offended and ashamed by what Donald Trump is doing to it. Some of you have even called it out. All it takes now is for 3 of you to stand up to ensure that these last 22 days are an anomaly in our history rather than the beginning of its end. So for any Republicans watching who are, shall we say, democracy curious in this moment, who privately acknowledge that this has gone too far, but worry about the political and worse, personal threats that will surely come to you if you stand up to Donald Trump, I leave you with the empathy and the wisdom of Thomas Paine. These are the times that try men's souls. Many will in this crisis shrink from the service of their country, but he that stands by it now deserves the love and thanks of men and women. Because tyranny, like hell, is not easily conquered, yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. What we obtain too cheap, we esteem too lightly. It is dearness only that gives everything its value. To my Republican colleagues, the times have found us, and America needs you. Thank you, and with that, I yield to my esteemed colleague and co-author of this bill, Haley Stevens. Wherever you like.
Well, thank you to my colleague, the gentleman from Illinois, for his remarks, his dedication to this chamber, to this process, to the lawmaking. We are both in our 4th term, and certainly thank you, Mr. Speaker, for obliging us the time in the grand discourse of our democracy. It has always been a delight to work with Mr. Kasten, a longtime member of the Science, Space, and Technology Committee, a dedicated member of the Financial Services Committee, and a thinker, to say the least. And when we came together last week to introduce H.R. 1101, the Taxpayer Data Protection Act, I actually don't think that that piece of legislation was on our mind until we witnessed the very troubling, concerning, and questionably legal actions of an unelected bureaucrat, billionaire, appointee going into the Bureau of Fiscal Service to get access to the wires and the information of our taxpayers to do God knows what with. And all of a sudden, the phones of members of Congress are ringing off the hook. What is going on? I couldn't take 2 steps in my beloved Oakland County in Michigan, southeast Michigan, the district of which I'm so proud to represent, without somebody asking me in deep concern what was going on. Now, I mentioned Mr. Kasten's background, which was also tied to business and certainly tied to the workings of our Congress, but I happen to be a former Treasury official, okay? I went into the Treasury Department as a political appointee in the early days, right after an oath of office was taken, in the early days of President Barack Obama's administration, because I was a part of this auto rescue team. It was actually a real crisis in this nation, what we were looking at. It was, for the kids watching back home, I don't know how old they are, and how much they would remember, but we had a great recession going on. We had double-digit unemployment. We had a financial services sector rocked. We had an insurance market that was practically crumbling. Housing, the subprime mortgages, up the wazoo. It wasn't for sale signs in front of people's homes. And then there was the question about what was going to happen to General Motors and Chrysler, because they were staring liquidation in the face. Now, this Congress, in a different session at a different time, almost in that lame duck period before President Obama took office, this Congress passed something known as the Troubled Asset Relief Program. to stabilize, to ameliorate, to address, to make sure that our economy didn't roll off a cliff. And the Main Street effort of the Troubled Asset Relief Program was this effort to save General Motors and Chrysler from liquidation and millions of jobs across this country, including 200,000 in Michigan. They all came into the Treasury Department, from the smallest of suppliers to the mayors to the auto dealers, small businesses in their own right. Even the foreign original equipment manufacturers, do not let them liquidate. So we used $80 billion of taxpayer money, which, by the way, was repaid, which, by the way, worked, which, by the way, rebounded the U.S. auto industry. Did you hear that point again? That we made money off of that $80 billion as a federal government to save General Motors and Chrysler. Now we have a strong manufacturing economy, true innovation happening, producing and making cars at a rate that was unfathomable at that time over 15 years ago. And never once, by the way, did we ever question or seek to knock on the door of the Bureau of Fiscal Service, which is off campus, by the way. It's not in the main Treasury building. We had bipartisan emergency workers. We had people from the Bush administration stay on. We had people from the Obama administration coming in. And we were trying to save this country from falling off a cliff. We were trying to save us from a true Great Depression. And no one was meddling in the wires. So Kasten and I have to write this bill, the Protect Taxpayer Data Protection Act, to put up and remind ourselves of guardrails. But the painful point of this is that we are waiting and eager and just wondering when our colleagues who don't even seem to be in this chamber right now, when the heck are they going to give us the bill to lower the price of goods? We're waiting. I had a meeting in my district on housing. Okay, I brought all the stakeholders together. We've got beautiful homes in Oakland County, Michigan, but we don't have enough of them. We've got homes that need to be rehabbed. We've got building that needs to happen. So I brought together, as members of Congress do, all the stakeholders. And I brought them together. And we invited HUD. We invited HUD. But you know what? Per a new administration order, HUD can't go to meetings. So we can't even have a conversation about how the heck we're going to lower the price of housing and get more housing done. Then, the other thing my constituents are talking to me about on overdrive are the eggs. There are no eggs. We don't have eggs. There are eggs, but there's shortages, Mr. Speaker, on the eggs. People are going to the store, they can't find eggs. There was a headline last week in Pennsylvania that $40,000 of eggs were stolen. Just again yesterday in Washington State, more eggs are stolen. I see this Commander-in-Chief doing all of these press conferences about every revenge and tactic and different type of endeavor for the federal government. What are we doing about the costs? What are we doing about the cost of everyday goods? An executive order comes out about the prescription drugs that are again about to skyrocket, rolling back what we did to lower the cost of prescription drugs and put the Medicare at the negotiating table. This is unbelievable. And so, yes, this is a simple bill and a simple measure to protect the American taxpayer, to reestablish trust. Yes, as duly elected members of Congress, the stewards of the public trust, as quoted and delivered by the great Henry Clay, otherwise known as the great compromiser of the 1800s. We're the holders of the trust. So this bill is a matter that should just be done tomorrow. We should get this done. And then you know what? We are waiting for the leadership of this very body, those who move the bills to the floor, to give us something that will actually help the pocketbooks of the American people. Thank you, and I give the time back to the originator of this special hour order.
Thank you. Yield to the gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Stansbury.
Speaker, it's Tuesday afternoon. I'm here on the floor of the United States House of Representatives, and my question is, where are my Republican colleagues? There's not a single one of my Republican colleagues here on the House floor. In fact, I am standing on the Republican side of the aisle, and there's not a single one in the chamber right now. While Donald Trump and Elon Musk and their group of teenage hackers are dismantling the federal government, not a single one is to be found here on the House floor this afternoon. So let me say to the American people, this is not normal. What is happening right now in this country is not normal, and Democrats are fighting back. We are fighting to defend the Constitution, the rule of law, the separation of powers, vital funding for our communities, the health and safety of our people, and saving our democracy, because what is happening in this country right now is not normal. Over the last 3 weeks since Donald Trump took office, federal agencies have been dismantled. Thousands of federal workers have been fired and put on leave and are left in limbo. Millions in federal funds have been frozen for our communities. And your private data has been hacked by a group of teenage software hackers at the Department of Treasury. And Elon Musk and Donald Trump are breaking the law daily inside of these agencies. In fact, not only are they breaking the law, they are violating the Constitution, appropriations law, statutory law. There are 55 court cases pending right now in front of federal courts. Federal stays filed by federal judges to stop Trump and Musk from these illegal activities. And Democrats are here on the House floor fighting. We're fighting in the halls of Congress. We're working with our allies on the outside to fight in the courts. And yes, we are fighting in the streets alongside the American people. So where are the Republicans? Have you so abdicated your constitutional responsibility that you can't hold your own party accountable? Just last week, in the Oversight Committee, we asked for Elon Musk to come testify, and when we tried to subpoena him, you went out of your way to stop him from appearing in front of the United States House of Representatives Oversight Committee. If you're so proud of what Donald Trump and Elon Musk are doing inside of these agencies, then why are you trying so hard to shield them from public scrutiny and appearing in the people's house? Because really, what the hell is going on? That is what the American people want to know. Why are you trampling on their fundamental rights? As millions of Americans are terrified right now across this country, and we know that thousands of your constituents are calling your offices as we speak. Seniors and elders from our communities that are afraid that their Social Security checks aren't going to come. Housing and homeless organizations that are afraid they're going to have to shut down and not be able to give out vouchers so that people have housing. Food banks who are concerned they're not going to have enough funding to get to the end of the month to make sure that families can eat. Hospitals and clinics that are wondering if they're going to have to shut down whole parts of their treatment to the public. Universities whose funds have been frozen, and state, local, and tribal governments who are continuing to get notifications from the administration that their funding is not coming, even though a court has already ordered Donald Trump more than once that they are violating the law. So where are our Republican colleagues? Why are they pretending like there's nothing to see here? Maybe it's because while we're standing here, they are literally meeting behind closed doors, putting together a tax package that has yet to see the light of day, that will literally make permanent the largest tax breaks for billionaires in the history of this country. That's right. That's what they're up to. That is what they're doing. And you know who those tax breaks are going to go to? They're going to go to people like Elon Musk, Donald Trump, and all the billionaires and millionaires who are serving in the cabinet right now and giving unfettered access to Elon Musk and his software engineers to hack your private data. And how are they going to pay for it? They already told us how they're going to pay for it. They're going to steal your Medicaid and your Medicare, and they're going to do it by illegally shutting down grants and funding for these agencies and for all of the countless services and programs that we know they're hacking this data to do. So we know what they're up to. And our Republicans are acting like there's nothing to see here because they're in on it, guys. That's why they're not here on the floor. That's why they're missing. That's why they're letting Elon Musk and his Silicon Valley buddies raid the federal treasury. And so we want you to know, the American people, what is actually going on here. And tomorrow, in the very first hearing of the Oversight Committee's new DOJ subcommittee, Democrats are ready to fight. We are ready to show the American people what is actually happening and how we are fighting back to defend and to serve our people and to reveal what is actually going on, not only in this chamber, but across this town as they try to dismantle our agencies and funding. So I say to the American people, not only are we fighting for you, continue to join us in the fight. We need your voices. We need them loud. We need them clear. Keep calling your Republican representatives. Keep calling us and let them know not only is this not normal, this is not okay, and we are going to continue to fight for our democracy.
I take it that the gentlelady yields. Thank you very much. And now yield to my friend, Ms. Moore from the great state of Wisconsin.
Mr. Speaker, I took the following oath. It's my 20th year in Congress. And I would like to read it and remind you, Mr. Speaker, of this oath of office. Said, I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose or of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God. This is an oath, Mr. Speaker, that you and I took. Mr. Speaker, this was not an oath that they gave to the Democrats. This was not an oath that they gave just to the Republicans. This was an oath that we all took. And the insurrection continues. You know, the insurrection really started, I think, December 14th, 2020, when all of the electors in various states had put their together and the scheme and the plot to overturn the government started. And then January 6th, 2021, we saw the beginning of the insurrection. 4 years later, we re-elected Donald Trump, and the insurrection continues. It started with just pardoning violent criminals, people who caused the death by suicide and other means of police officers who speared them and caused injuries to police officers, and the insurrection continues. We now have unelected billionaires who have broken into the Treasury Department. And this is not a political grab for power. It's a crime, what they did. It is criminal. And courts have backed this understanding up. And they have said, the Treasury Department, we want you to stop getting people's personal information. Stop getting their Social Security numbers. Stop putting your thumb drives in, taking it off to some laptop, because we don't know what you're doing with this information. And guess what? Elon Musk and our vice president, this is from the day's paper, have said that they should just ignore those court orders. These court orders should not matter, that they should continue to violate the law. You know, I marched into the, Mr. Caston, and I'd like to ask you a few questions, if you don't mind, a colloquy. I marched into our Speaker of the House's office to try to meet with the Treasury Secretary to ask them why they were committing crimes, why there was unchecked authority over Treasury data, to stop doing it, why they needed to do this, why they needed to surveil, penalize, or control this financial access. And the Speaker told me he had no idea what they were doing. The Speaker of the House does not know what they are doing. And this is the same people who have taken the same oath of office that all of us have taken. To have these 19-year-old kids with microwaved, processed security clearances, if they even have that, putting thumb drives in our mainframe. And I'm asking you, Mr. Caston, how does that contribute to, what does your Taxpayer Data Protection Act do to stop that?
The first thing we do is make sure that unless you have a security clearance, a top secret security clearance, you cannot access those records. The second thing it does is says that if you have not been a federal government employee for at least a year, you cannot access those records. You cannot access those records if you are a special government employee, because let's remember, we have to have oversight over the people who are doing this. People need to disclose what their conflicts of interest are, which brings us to the fourth piece. You cannot access those records if you have a conflict of interest. Let's just say, hypothetically, you were running a satellite company that had large contracts with the United States and were also doing business in China, and you might have reason to game that system. That would be a conflict of interest.
Well, okay, so Mr. Caston, let me get this clear. Have any of those conditions been met? Has anybody gotten the appropriate security clearances? Have they told us what they are going to do with it? And what of Article 1? We're Article 1 of the Constitution. Y'all elected us to represent you, 300 million Americans. And the President of the United States says that he does not have to, Mr. Speaker, I realize that I'm not supposed to mention his name. I didn't mention his name. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to associate myself with the words of the gentlelady from New Mexico. This is not normal. We're not having a normal session. Mr. Speaker, the House is on fire. The House is on fire. There is nothing legal or constitutional that is going on. We have unelected billionaires running the country. We have a president who is pardoning violent criminals. And I suppose if they ignore the court orders, he'll just have his daily list of people that he'll pardon so they can continue. Mr. Speaker, the House is on fire. The insurrection is continuing, and it's affecting you. Whether you are a Head Start child out there that needs it, whether you're a senior in a nursing home who will get inadequate care, you're going to be laying in your feces for 10 hours because they're cutting Medicaid. Whether you're a farmer who has not gotten your USDA funding, the House is on fire. Whether you're a Social Security recipient and they've gone in and created a back door to your data, they know your bank account number, the House is on fire, y'all. We need to stop acting like things are normal. It is not normal. And I yield back to the gentleman.
Thank you to my friend, Ms. Moore. Yield to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Turner.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Mr. Speaker, I was, this past weekend was Super Bowl weekend. And of course, I was in my district in Houston, Texas. And I went back to get prepared to go to several events in reference to the Super Bowl. And I thought the number one question that I was going to be asked was, who did I favor? Since the Houston Texans were defeated by Kansas City on its way to the Super Bowl. But all this week, Mr. Speaker, the questions that kept coming back to me was, Congressman Turner, what's happening in D.C.? And what is this about our personal information being in the hands of someone else? From one event to the next, I was stopped and got these questions over and over again. At the Super Bowl party, I guess you could say, again, I thought people would be focused on Kansas City or Philadelphia. But when I arrived, people would come up to me and say, what is this that I'm hearing about my personal information possibly being in the hands of someone else? That is what I had to deal with this entire weekend. And it is an issue that we simply cannot ignore. That someone, let's say in this case, Elon Musk and his team of engineers, would go to the United States Treasury Department and literally take it over and have access to people's Social Security information, Medicare, Medicaid information, their taxpayer information, and the list goes on and on. And this is a payment system that literally processes about $6 trillion on an annual basis. When I came to this Congress as a new member, that was not one of the issues that I thought I would be facing in the first month of being here in this 119th Congress. But it's an issue that I've had to deal with now over and over again. And then the next question that came to me, Mr. Speaker, all right, Congressman Turner, you are there. So what are you all doing to protect our information? What's the next step? What is Congress intending to do? And that was a difficult question to answer. What I did say to people is that many of us are not in agreement with what has taken place over the last few weeks. We did not approve someone coming in, taking over the U.S. Treasury Department, and obtaining your private, confidential information without your consent. So we're standing up and speaking against it. And let me point out, which I think is important, the questions that came to me did not just come from Democrats. The questions were also coming to me from Republicans, moms and dads, people who care about their information, when they've heard so much about cybersecurity threats and information being stolen. That is what came to me. For 8 years, Mr. Speaker, I was the mayor of the city of Houston, a nonpartisan position, because as a mayor of a city, potholes are neither Democratic nor Republican. When it rains, it just doesn't fall just on Democratic neighborhoods, it will fall on Republican neighborhoods. So I've had a reputation from trying to call it as I see it, call a ball, and a strike. In this case, when I was at home, I heard from people from all walks of life, from both sides of the aisle, concerned about where their information was going and who had it, and whether or not the people who now have it, whether or not they were sufficiently vetted. I could not say to them that the persons who have your information, who are going through your information, who are using it for whatever purpose, that they have been sufficiently vetted. I can't respond to that. And literally, I can't respond to it because it was an issue that has not been debated on the House floor. But it's an issue that is important to moms and dads and people who are on Social Security and people who are on Medicare and Medicaid, for taxpayers who don't like sharing their information with just anyone. I've been a lawyer for 40 years, and, well, let me just say 40 plus years. And during that time, there are certain things that are just very important for the average person, and their information is that important. My mom, who did not graduate from high school, and I don't say that in a negative sense, because she and my dad raised 9 kids, and I think they did an outstanding job. But my mom, after my dad died, guarded her information very carefully. And a lot of things she would not even share to her kids. And I was a lawyer in the family. But she was always concerned about who had access to her banking accounts, her Social Security numbers, and things of that nature. And right now in America, whether you come from Houston, Texas, or whether you come from California, or you come from Massachusetts or Georgia, people are concerned about who has their personal information. If this issue is so important, then this is an issue that should be debated in the people's house by those of us who are closest to the people that we represent. And that's why I am a strong supporter of the Taxpayers Data Protection Act. Because, Mr. Speaker, when I came here during orientation and the days since, I was reminded that this chamber is the people's house. We represent the folks who are closest to the ones that we speak for and should represent. Now, I am not one who wants to stand up and demonize Elon Musk. I'm not that person. But when Elon Musk steps into this role, and with his team that very few of us have ever met, then he now steps into the arena where we are the ones with the responsibility of safeguarding the American people's interests. And an Elon Musk and his team should not carry any more weight than those of us who have been duly elected and represent the people in this district, in this country. This is an issue, Mr. Speaker, that should be fully debated in this chamber, in the people's house. It is simply that important. And that is why we must immediately debate and pass the Taxpayer Data Protection Act, which will protect our nation's payment system and give hardworking Americans some sense of security. I close by saying this. This is not a partisan issue. It's the people's interest. And throughout all of last year, we talked about what the people wanted, the real issues that affected real people. Nothing hits closer to them than their medical bills, their Social Security information, their taxpayer information. And people should have a right to know who holds that information, what they are doing with it, and how it is being used. Congress has a responsibility here, Mr. Speaker. We cannot abdicate our role. And if we are not allowed to debate it and decide what's in the people's interest, then we may as well go home and allow Elon Musk and his team to sit in these chairs and make the decision on what happens in our future. That is something that I find unacceptable. And so I am asking for Congress to debate this particular bill, the Taxpayers Data and Protection Act, and allow the People's House to decide who should hold their information, who should have access to it, and how that information should be used. And if we fail to do that as Congress, then we have abdicated our role to speak and represent the people, regardless of what district, regardless of what city or what state. I hope we will not abdicate our role, be you a Democrat or Republican. The people need to know that we stand up and represent their interests. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Mr. Speaker, may I ask how much time is remaining?
The gentleman has 18 minutes remaining.
Okay. You know, Joseph Stalin said that one death is a tragedy and a million deaths is a statistic. When we talk about constitutional crises and hacks into $5 trillion systems, that risks sounding like a statistic. I want to share just a couple stories from my district. I represent, like all of us, 1/435th of the population. To understand the real-life consequences that are happening now, first because of what Elon Musk and Donald Trump have done, and second because of the failure of this body to fulfill their oversight role. When these announcements first came through, one of the first calls I got was from a local homeless shelter. They had been almost immediately locked out of their HUD portal. They were unable to receive any more payments. That means that 200 people in my community who thought they had housing for a cold night in the middle of January were at risk of being put back out on the street. I got a call from a county health department who was wondering if they would be able to fulfill their WIC obligations. These are the payments to women single women often, who have new children, who are trying to make sure that they can get food. They didn't know what to tell these women who relied on them for food and nutrition, whether they would have the resources to keep their children alive. The Department of Health and Human Services who called my office and said that any pause of this legal, congressionally mandated funding could force them to shut down their employment and residential services offered to adults with intellectual and development disabilities. What you do to the least of us, you do unto me, right? 400 people in my district and their families would have been shut out of that critical program. I've heard from almost every single town in my district, mayors, Republican mayors, Democratic mayors, Federalists, Whigs, you name it. They're all calling and asking me whether the federal government will fulfill the obligations that they have underway for bridge repair, road repair, rail grade separations. They're wondering if they should continue those projects and potentially shift the risk onto their constituents. What do they do if they don't have the borrowing capacity? If they have to shut down the project, can they finish it? Because it'll probably raise the costs. This is all being done by a White House that claims to be pursuing financial efficiency. At a local organization that provides victims of domestic and sexual violence with legal counseling, they have about 2,000 survivors they serve each year. They said, we're going to have to immediately scale back our services and potentially close down entirely. We're getting calls from people saying, if a billionaire is so intent on cutting their access to Social Security, what happens? What happens to their health payments? I had a woman call me who was a decent, kind, hardworking person asking me if she should even bother paying her taxes this year, because it's clear that Elon and Donald are dodging theirs. It's clear that they're defunding the enforcement agencies that would run an audit. And they're asking why they should even trust a Trump-led Treasury Department with that information. These people are not limited to my district. They're not limited to people who voted for Kamala Harris. This hack affects every single one of us. 3 patriotic Americans, Republicans, is all we need. Yield to my friend, the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Taxpayer Data Protection Act, but before then, I will hold this piece of paper up for just a little while, because it's my anticipation that before I finish speaking, that the internet will have transcribed this piece of paper and the data that is in it. Mr. Speaker, what if I told you somewhere in the multiverse, there was a person, dare I say a villain, who was intent on accessing all of the data of the world's most powerful nation and of all of her people? Imagine him sitting in his lair, perhaps he's stroking a cat, and in his mind's eye, he envisions the files of data that he and his minions will soon have access to. Perhaps he will have access to your social security number, or perhaps to your health information. Perhaps he will know about your financial status or what you buy. Or perhaps he'll unilaterally refuse payments to defense programs or take a cut of his own from payments. Or even he'll only authorize contracts to his very favorite people and his very favorite organizations. He will also know deeper secrets that our government works so hard to make sure remain so that our citizens can be protected. And so will our adversaries have those same secrets, either intentionally or unintentionally. You would probably really enjoy this scenario if it were the plot to the new 007 movie. But imagine if it wasn't just a plot, and that it was instead a reality. This is in fact what President Elon Musk and his unelected and unvetted and untrained minions are attempting to accomplish. Elon Musk is not rooting around in our Treasury data so he can find fraud and waste. He does not care about curbing or spending or getting the budget balanced. He is not trying to optimize our nation's wealth or to help us all make smarter choices. He never cared about any of this stuff, and he never will. And yet, knowing this, Trump has in fact set him loose on the hunt, to hunt for data. And make no mistake about that. He is attempting, and if he is not already yet, to access this cache of information, both the personal and the national interest information of our entire people and our entire nation that will forever be his and his minions and at their disposal forever should they be successful. And my guess is by now the internet has already translated this piece of paper into data, because that's the way the internet works. That is not a read-only piece of data. You may have been able to read it, but in that space of time, my guarantee is that someone on the internet has not only translated it, but also is now spinning it into different directions and thoughts. This all should strike fear in the hearts of all Americans for all kinds of different reasons. It's a blatant and overt theft of information that is not theirs to have. Think of the power that that information will wield. It is a violation of our Constitution and of the checks and balances that we all grew up honoring, regardless of what party that we associate ourselves with. So what is a person to do? A person has to think hard about how they feel about the means and the ends. You may be one of those people who believes that this government needs to be held in check. You may have voted for this. I do understand. But is this in fact the way that you want this to be accomplished? You should be concerned that the law is being broken in your name. You may be one of the people in the middle who fears that your information will be used against you and just now is waking up and realizing that this may not be exactly what you want. You should also be outraged and concerned. And if you're one of those people who never signed up for this to begin with, I am truly sorry. But we are in a situation right now where the House, the Senate, and the White House are all under Republican control. And so we need all of you, all three different kinds of you, to tell us to do our jobs. So what does doing our job looks like? It looks like supporting this bill that's on the floor, the Taxpayer Data Protection Act. What it looks like is passing this bill on the floor with a resounding majority and making sure, a la Schoolhouse Rock, that it goes to the Senate as well, and making sure that it gets to the president's desk with a veto-proof majority. What it looks like is stopping the executive orders and the actions of the executive, Trump, so that this kind of thing cannot continue to happen. The legislative branch, us, but really specifically the Republican majority today are the only ones who can put a stop to this dangerous lawlessness. But they're not going to do that, even though they will privately acknowledge how wrong it is, even though they privately hope that Musk and Trump will wear themselves out, even though they privately hope the courts will work, and even though they privately say it's read-only access and it's not that much data.
it is dangerous, and it is unconstitutional, and it is illegal. So I would ask, step up and speak up, my friends. Please continue to call your congressmen, particularly your Republican ones, and I yield back. Thank you.
I yield to my friend, Mr. Kennedy from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of the Taxpayer Data Protection Act, and I thank Congresswoman Stevens and Congressman Caston for introducing this important legislation. The American people deserve a government that protects their most sensitive personal information, instead of one that allows an unelected billionaire to rifle through it. The Treasury Secretary shirked his duty and granted Elon Musk and his so-called Department of Government Efficiency access to Treasury payment systems. This isn't efficiency. It's an outright betrayal of the public's trust. Under this guise of efficiency, however, this administration has handed over Social Security and Medicare beneficiaries' private data to a billionaire with no oversight and endless ways to profit. Make no mistake, this is not about improving government operations. It's about consolidating power in the hands of the few at the expense of hardworking families, at the expense of 167,000 Western New Yorkers in my district who rely on Social Security benefits, and the 335,000 taxpayers in my district who file tax returns every year. Fortunately, attorneys general from New York and 18 other states sued, and the judges blocked Elon Musk's access. The Taxpayer Protection Act will prevent any unelected billionaire from having unlawful access to private and sensitive data. This bill will restore proper safeguards for the Treasury and ensure that no administration can hand over control of taxpayer data to an unelected, unvetted, an unqualified billionaire. We will not stand by as our institutions are auctioned off for the rich to profit at the expense of hardworking families. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in defending the well-being and security of the people we were all elected to represent. I yield back.
Yield now to the Assistant Democratic Leader, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, let me say thank you to my colleague, Representative Caston, and Representative Stevens as well, for their leadership, courage of convictions in taking on this important legislative effort. Over the past 3 weeks, America has watched with alarm as President Trump and his administration continue to throw the federal government into chaos, slashing funding for a variety of different programs, unlawfully attempting to freeze federal programs, ultimately, in my view, taking steps that are unconstitutional and inconsistent with the values of the American public. My office has been inundated in particular with calls from constituents who are deeply troubled and concerned, Mr. Speaker, about what is happening at the Treasury Department. The Trump administration has placed an unelected billionaire and his associates in extreme areas of power, giving them access to Americans' most sensitive information. Americans are outraged. They are right to be outraged. The good news, Mr. Speaker, is we have a legislative response that would ameliorate this particular challenge. And that is the bill that Representative Caston and Representative Stevens have introduced, the Taxpayer Data Protection Act. It's a simple bill, a straightforward proposition that your data, Mr. Speaker, your Social Security number and identifying information, just as every American's, should be protected. One would think that that would be something that every member of this body could agree upon. And yet, we've been unable to convince a Republican colleague, a colleague from the other side of the aisle, to join this effort. We only need 3, Mr. Speaker, 3 Republicans who decide to do the right thing, to stand up for the American taxpayer, to protect their data. If 3 join Mr. Caston and Ms. Stevens, we can get this bill across the finish line. House Democrats will certainly continue to do everything in our power to achieve that outcome. I thank the representative from Illinois for his leadership and for continuing to make the clarion call to the American people about this particular issue.
Mr. Neguse, I want to comment quickly because some people have said that this bill is unnecessary because what's being done by the White House is simply going after waste, fraud, and abuse. I want to explain why that's actually the opposite of what they're doing. But first, we've got to clarify, all of us in this body are the fiscal custodians of our nation's wealth. To allow corruption or waste to persist is to squander the taxpayers' hard-earned money. We're all aligned on that issue. And second, I'd note that while we've certainly had our share of financial scandals and corruption over our history, they've almost always involved the illegal transfer of wealth from the government to the private sector, from patronage jobs to no-bid contracts to inflated hotel rates for Secret Service agents at the Trump Hotel. There's a pattern there. And the easy proof of that is that while our nation seems to have a lot of billionaires lately, you won't find them among our country's TSA workers, air traffic controllers, food inspectors, IRS agents, soldiers, intelligence officers, or the numerous other people who have dedicated their life to public service, which makes sense. Those of us in public service have chosen to live lives of elevated public scrutiny. A free press keeps tabs on us. Inspectors general and whistleblowers exist to ensure that grift and fraud are caught quickly. So if the Trump administration were genuinely concerned about waste, fraud, and abuse, what would they do that would be consistent with existing law? That's pretty easy. They'd submit budget requests to Congress increasing funding for inspectors general and whistleblower protections. They'd notify Congress of specific areas where they believe this abuse is happening, ask us to pass laws to close loopholes, increase funding for enforcement. They'd use their bully pulpit to strengthen the rule of law and to remind everybody that there is a higher ethical standard to live to and to demonstrate by their behavior that they live by that standard and demand it of others. That's the exact opposite of everything they've done. They failed to submit budgets. They've ignored Congress's congressional power of the purse, putting spending decisions in the hands of economically connected oligarchs. They've fired or are threatening to fire inspectors general and whistleblower advocates, making it harder for ethical federal employees to call out fraud when they see it. They're firing FBI and other law enforcement officers who could prosecute those crimes, including ones who have active cases ongoing. They seem to have a specific bias, I would note, against FBI officers who are prosecuting waste, fraud, and abuse against the Trump family. They are pardoning people who assaulted police officers and sending a message to the American people that ethics don't even matter. If you ignore the law, you can ignore the orders of the court, according to J.D. Vance, because we are now living in a, quote, post-congressional era, according to OMB Director Russ Vaught. And they are doing that while giving access to the federal payment system to people who are not cleared and massively conflicted. What they are doing is a case study in how to expand, perpetuate, and get away with waste, fraud, and abuse. And a Congress that fulfilled its obligation to act as a check and balance on the executive branch would put a stop to that immediately. May I ask how much time is remaining?
The gentleman has 1 minute.
I yield the remaining time to Mr. Takano of California.
Thank you for yielding. Mr. Speaker, if you were approached on the street by a stranger and asked for your Social Security number, your home address, or your bank account information, you would say no. So when the government asks for this information in order to process Social Security checks or tax refunds, Americans say yes because there's an expectation of privacy and trust. They trust that their information won't fall into the hands of bad actors. They trust that their information will be secure with people who are qualified, vetted, and who have been proven worthy to have access to your sensitive data. But this administration has allowed this trust to be broken. I was quick to co-sponsor the Taxpayer Data Protection Act to protect the nation's payment system from reckless and unlawful interference. It would require anyone that is accessing this system has a reliable track record of professional service, has the necessary security clearance, and has made an ethics commitment and has no conflicts of interest. I will note that the New York Times reports that Elon Musk will make no public disclosure of any conflicts of interest in his financial disclosures. I yield back, sir.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you. Yield back.
Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president and to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweigert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize. My 2-year-old is in the back having things he needs to share. I'd like to yield as much time as Mr. Miller will consume.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of my constituents in Western North Carolina who are angered and disgusted by what we've uncovered in Washington, and they have every right to be. Just yesterday, Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency uncovered that FEMA bureaucrats, holdovers from the last administration and against the Trump administration's wishes, tried to send $59 million payments to luxury hotels for illegal immigrants in New York City. They had the gall to try and sneak this under our noses, but I tell you, Mr. Speaker, not anymore. That's just the tip of the iceberg, though. Since late 2022, FEMA has spent over $1.4 billion of our hard-earned tax dollars on illegal immigrant housing, transportation, and services. That's $1.4 billion that could have been sent to disaster victims, for rebuilding communities, for helping Americans in crisis, squandered on Biden's failed border policies. Meanwhile, Hurricane Helene devastated my district and tore through communities throughout western North Carolina and eastern Tennessee and other southern states. It took over 100 lives, wiped entire towns off the map, Mr. Speaker, and left thousands of American families homeless. They needed FEMA to step up and do their jobs. They needed help. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, but for the volunteers, but for the nonprofits, but for the churches, we would be looking at more loss of life, more loss of property, and more devastation. You know, shortly after I was sworn in, we had a winter storm. Tell me why during that winter storm were illegal immigrants given luxury hotel rooms while my constituents, American citizens, were calling my office asking and pleading for FEMA to help extend their hotel vouchers during a winter storm. They had nowhere to go home to, no heat, and Washington bureaucrats turned their backs on them. Thank God for President Trump, for Secretary Kristi Noem, and for DOGE, because this is getting turned around fast. But Mr. Speaker, I also want to show you something with this new poster that was just put beside me. This is a photo in western North Carolina. This is a photo that I took, and this is what Biden's FEMA has ignored. I took this picture, as I say, 2 weekends ago in Chimney Rock. It's a very small town, but it gives you a glimpse of things. These people still need help to rebuild their homes, their businesses, as well as major bridges and roads. And this is just a snapshot of some of the damage that we have. We're still in the thick of it. And who showed up for us? Who showed back up? President Trump did. He made it his very first trip of his second term and one of his administration's biggest priorities. We've also been honored that Secretary Noem came here literally with a shovel and a wheelbarrow to help and to see what's happening. Just yesterday, Secretary Duffy visited us in western North Carolina to see the damage along I-40 and pledged his support to ensure that I-40 gets rebuilt. And back even before the elections, Tulsi Gabbard came right after the storm with her nonprofit to bring everything from chainsaws to food. My friends, this is real leadership in action. But you know, when it comes to the federal government, President Trump is working very hard to root out corruption. He is making sure that the bureaucrats who betrayed the American people are held accountable. No more backdoor deals. No more slush funds for illegal immigrants. No more Washington elites ignoring the very people they are supposed to serve. It took President Trump to step in and fix this mess. And let me tell you, he is fixing it fast. We are already seeing money flowing back to the disaster relief where it belongs. We're cutting through the miles of bureaucratic red tape that delayed rebuilding efforts in North Carolina and Tennessee. We're making sure that no American is left behind ever again. But, Mr. Speaker, this is just the beginning. Every single federal employee needs to hear this loud and clear. If you think you can keep wasting taxpayer dollars, if you think you can keep sneaking through payments for illegal immigrants, if you think you can ignore the suffering of the American people, your time is up. To the many bureaucrats who refuse to go to work, get out of your pajamas, show up at the office, start doing your jobs, or get doged. President Trump is leading. We are rebuilding, and we are making sure the American people, not illegal immigrants, not political insiders, not corrupt bureaucrats, but the American people are put first. This fight is not over by a long shot, but I promise you this, Mr. Speaker, we will win it, and with that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Speaker, have a handful of things we need to do. First off, we had an oversight hearing. I chair oversight in Ways and Means a little while ago. And some of the things that get said around here, you just shake your head. So think about some of the things we're hearing from the press, from the Democrats, just panic-stricken. I need to actually walk the American people and our own staff through a little bit of facts and a little bit of the truth. We've done multiple presentations here saying, if you want to find waste and fraud, if you want to find programs that are misdesigned, other things that are going on, don't hire a bunch of lawyers, don't actually hire a bunch of investigators, hire data scientists. It turns out the truth is in the math. The math actually can tell you. So what was amusing is listening to some of the Democrats talk about, we don't want people seeing our data. Okay, maybe they should actually pay attention to current law. When you hear certain leftist groups, and most of these are actually fairly left, saying, we did an analysis of U.S. taxpayer data and blank, blank, blank is getting this. Well, actually, understand, and IRS is one of my things I oversee. For decades, apparently, they've had data sharing models for researchers. And, not to give you the names, but, Harvard, University of Sydney. So they're not even domestic. Some are even out of the country. And yes, there's some rules. But the fact of the matter is this sort of hyperventilation going on around here. Have you wondered if it's because the ability to mine data is how you find bad acts? Look what the Wall Street Journal did over the last year in looking at Medicare. It wasn't about people's benefits. It was about actually people being defrauded in durable medical equipment. Other groups out there did data sharing, modeling, research agreements with CMS, and they found bad acts. So my simple question is, why has the left actually become terrified of data? Aren't they ones that preached to us in the previous years, what about science? Why don't you believe in science? Okay, guess what? Now science is actually being used to protect the U.S. taxpayers and America's future. Instead of being used to research things, to write papers to support a leftist cause, maybe they're actually now being used to actually find how the American people are being cheated. So when you hear them hyperventilating and reading the talking points from the Public Employees Union, maybe take a step backwards, deal with the fact that much of what is being put out is like clickbait, but understand these research agreements have been going on for years and years and years. And what's going on now, these folks are actually designated, I think, as special federal employees. So even a higher level of standard fiduciary responsibility. So look, this is just part of the thing around here. When you get something you don't like, or when you start to expose decades worth of bad acts, fight like hell, because the Public Employees Union functionally supports one side here. And we're just trying to find out what's actually going on. So one of the things I want to also accomplish in today's floor speech is, and I'm sorry, I know I'm a broken record, but I'm trying to break through. So let's actually deal with a couple things here. And before I go to the boards, I made the mistake of looking at some of the comments from last week's speech. You notice there's almost no people here. That's how it's supposed to be. If this room is full of people listening to an idiot like me give another speech, they're not working. They belong in their committees, in their working groups, in their offices, meeting with either constituents or their staff or other people. This is where you come to actually have your final debate and vote. The vast, vast majority of work done in Congress isn't done in this room. It's done in the dozens of committee rooms and offices all over this campus. So when you see the room, stop falling for the clickbait. Why is the room empty? Because it's supposed to be. But one of the reasons you get behind this microphone is you're probably on 1,000 televisions around this campus and here in DC and around the country. This is your chance to talk to those staffers and help them understand how dire the math is and how intense the battle ahead of us is. How do you communicate with members that are maybe new to Congress and realize, hey, much of what you're being told may not be mathematically honest or true. So let's actually once again set the baseline. This one's about a year or so old. The numbers are actually slightly uglier. But do you see the blue? Non-defense and defense. Do you realize that's all a member of Congress gets to vote on? A member of Congress doesn't actually vote on the interest payments, the Social Security, the Medicare, Medicaid, other mandatory, because those are formulas now. Every dime a member of Congress votes on is borrowed money. And last year, every dime you voted on was borrowed money, and maybe $300–400 billion what you didn't vote on was borrowed money, because we actually spent more or borrowed more than every dime of what we call discretionary. And defense is discretionary. Remember, in today's world, Social Security is the #1 spend. It's about 1.4, 1.5. Medicare is number 2. Interest is number 2. Interest is number 2. Medicare is number 3. And defense is actually number 4. So the next time you have some brain trust saying, you know, if we just cut defense, sure, I'm sure there's efficiencies that we may find in defense. And I've been pushing for this, my 3rd Congress in a row, trying to get an AI audit because the Pentagon has failed for 8 years an audit. It's unauditable is the report we get back. So use AI at least to go through and stack the asset list, because you can't audit it if you don't know where the trucks are and other things. And in the security areas, fine. You do human auditing of those. Help us, because it's finally actually risen to the surface of people saying, hey, maybe technology can help us save our society and our future and our economy. So when you take a look at what really goes on here in Congress, you got to understand your government is functionally an insurance company with an army. And almost 100% of the next 10 years of borrowing is interest and Medicare. And yet we're terrified to tell the public the truth. It's math. The math will win. But we've got to stop being fearful. And for those of you who, I'm going to show some of these, stop saying crazy stuff. You know, if your mission in life is to fill out comments or put out things or go on X and this and that and say things because you're basically your life mission is to be clickbait, don't you care enough about this republic to tell the truth of the scale? It's debt, deficit, and demographics. And you have a country, we have a country, that in 8 years, less than 8 years now, will have more deaths than births. We have a shortage of young people. And it really screws up the long-run math and the ability to be productive, the ability to actually raise wages, all those things. And that's why there are ways to make this work. We just have to do hard things, and you see how difficult it is to even have an honest conversation about the math around here. Look, I showed this last week. I'm only going to do it for a second. But for those people that run around this campus saying, let's just use current policy because that way I don't have to deal with the actual telling someone no. Baseline, by the end of this fiscal year, CBO says we'll be at $37.2 trillion in borrowed money. If then CBO tells us over the next 9 budget years, 10 calendar years, we're going to borrow another 22 trillion. 37 trillion, another 22. And then if we were actually going to do the expiring tax provisions without finding a way to pay for them, that's 5.5 trillion. And then there's another 1.3 trillion of interest on top of that. And then many of the president's priorities are another 8 trillion when you add in the interest. You're functionally at $74 trillion of borrowing in the next 9 budget years. You basically have doubled U.S. debt. Is that really what's going on here? It took you 100 or 240 years to get where we're at. And once again, for a lot of people listening, those are the gross numbers because we borrow from the trust funds. But the other problem you actually have to have if you really want to geek out is by the end of this budget window, so in the next 8 years, 9 years, the trust funds are almost empty. One of our models basically says in mid-2033, the Social Security Trust Fund is empty. And it's not because someone stole your money. It was demographics. We haven't had enough young workers. And Social Security was always designed as a pay-as-you-go system. And the money that comes out of the Social Security Trust Fund and is loaned to Treasury, Treasury pays an interest. And actually, in the past, it's actually been a little above even some of the market interest you would have gotten. Problem is, every single month, Treasury gets a little note from Social Security saying, hey, we got our FICA tax collections. It's not enough for all the checks going out the door. Treasury, we want some cash. And so they cash in their what they call special, let's call them special T-bills. And because the brain trust in this place decided in lame duck that we were going to extend some additional Social Security benefits without paying for them, we actually shortened the life of the Social Security Trust Fund. Some of the math in 2033 looks like the trust fund will be gone. And if we don't fix it, we double senior poverty in America. This is the morality of this place. And the Democrats right now are writing an ad to attack an idiot like me for telling the truth. Because they care so much more about winning the next election than doubling senior poverty in America. They're going to try to scare the hell out of you instead of stepping up and saying, here's how you do it. And understand, 2034, 2035, when you have a full year and the trust fund and Social Security is gone, we calculate that's like $600 billion a year. So think about what we're fighting over here is, it may be $400 billion a year to extend the tax policy so people's taxes don't go up. But by the end of this window, you got another $600 billion a year to deal with. And it gets worse every single year. And that's not even dealing with the fact that a couple years outside the budget window, the Medicare Part A trust fund is also empty. Is this place capable of dealing with difficulties? And for everyone out there, when your reaction is, well, just raise taxes. I've done it a half a dozen times on the floor, so the staff was telling me everyone that watches, the 6 people that watch this are bored with it. Go on the Manhattan Institute's website. I think it's Riedel, has a great article from a year ago, and he took all the tax hiking policies that have been functionally offered by the Democrats and scored them and said, here's the economic effects, here's what you get. This is the tax the rich, okay? Everyone over $400,000. And at the end, the calculation came out to you get about 1.5% of GDP. Okay, yay! We're going to borrow close to 7% of the entire economy this year. Does anyone see a math problem? When your default is, well, we're going to tax rich people more. Okay. It doesn't get you close to where you have to be. And if that chart I just showed you a moment ago, if we were to do these things without offsets, in 9 budget years, we're no longer borrowing about 7% of the entire economy. We're borrowing close to 9.2% of the entire economy. And it's not popular because, you know, the folks out there want their feelings satiated and don't own calculators. I'm sorry, I know I'm being a bit of a jerk, and I'm just tired of dealing with lunacy. The primary driver of debt is demographics. So what happens if we can clean up ourselves? What happens if we're able to squeeze waste and fraud and find more modern ways that are more compassionate, more efficient to actually deliver the benefits to our brothers and sisters? We're actually seeing numbers. It could be, you know, just thought experiment. We've been working on lists after lists after lists after lists of things you could modernize, reduce spending, and never cut someone's benefits, never cut their services. Well, we have one project we're doing in our office. How many in Medicare and Medicaid and Indian Health Services and DOD and VA, how many duplicative scans are there? I mean, how many people go get an MRI, an X-ray, an ultrasound, and do you take that and then immediately attach it to someone's phone so the scan is mobile with them? We're seeing numbers where it's billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars being spent in duplicative scans. Is that cutting someone's service? Of course it isn't. Now, the lobbyists get upset because they make money on how many times, or at least their clients do. But I need you to think about how you modernize to do it better, faster, and cheaper, and more compassionate. We've done entire presentations here on the floor over the years trying to demonstrate that maybe the most moral thing we could do as a government is actually help people to be healthier. If we're seeing data that says 5% of the population with multiple chronic conditions are over half of all healthcare spend, what would happen if we actually focused on helping them be cured? If diabetes is 33% of all U.S. healthcare spending, should we actually think about that? If it's over $600 billion, 16% of U.S. healthcare by people crashing, not having a stroke because they didn't take their calcium inhibitors, or things of that nature, are the things we can do to help our brothers and sisters be healthier. And it turns out, a year ago, the Joint Economic Economists actually did a study that obesity in America may be an additional $9.1 trillion in healthcare over the next 10 years. Turns out that becomes the #1 spend in the U.S. government. How do we make our brothers and sisters healthier so they can participate in the economy? Maybe they can actually have families. Maybe they, and there's suddenly this awakening in America, and it's that Republican or Democrat. I would argue it's just moral. We want our brothers and sisters to not only live longer, but more vibrantly. So are we willing to do very difficult things in farm policy and nutrition policy and how we deliver health services? It's worth thinking about, but as being in this stupid town, instantly the partisan rage is, oh, how's that going to get me elected? How am I going to use it as a wedge to beat the crap out of the other side? Maybe the morality of helping our brothers and sisters and not having this country be crushed in debt when the bond market is the most influential group in America today, not members of Congress. So let's actually take a quick look. If we were I'm trying to find the nicest way to say this. If we were just to do this TCJA extensions, which I believe we need to do, we're not going to raise taxes on working people, but we need to find a way to pay for it. Because it's not only the $5.5 trillion that CBO is now scoring if you did it to 2035, it's the $1.3 trillion financing cost of doing that. That's the interest. How about no tax on overtime pay? Okay, it's the passion of the president. But we need to come up with $3 trillion to cover that cost over 10 years. And if we don't, it adds another $700 billion of interest costs. If we do no tax on Social Security, that functionally comes out to almost $1.8 trillion. And almost all that money goes to Social Security and Medicare. Well, we've got to find a way to cover that if we're not going to have tax on Social Security. How about SALT for the folks in California and New York who are basically saying they will not vote to extend the tax policy unless they get something for their areas? Okay, well, that could actually be another $1.2 trillion over the 10 years, another $300 billion in interest if we don't pay for that. No tax on tips. Actually, turns out that one's actually fairly easy. It may be 0.6 trillion, so $600 billion over 10. Our math is a little higher, but that's the number we've been given. You got to understand, everyone has these wish lists. The president, members of Congress, our constituents, everyone wants something. Great. We need to look at the fact of how does it help the society grow economically, because prosperity is moral, and how do we pay for it in a way, because if we keep pushing up the U.S. debt, I showed a couple weeks ago that if we were to make the debt markets nervous, a single point of interest, a single point over the next 10 years costs the average American family $30,000, because you'd have higher car loan, higher home loan, higher credit card, higher student loans, everything else around you. You got to think about it. There's no free option here. You need to do the data to find out where there's bad acts, where there's things we can make more efficient. Then we're going to have to make hard decisions here saying that policy is 20, 30 years out of date. We need to end that program, or we need to modernize it. Because if you don't, if we just do the expiring tax provisions and don't pay for them, understand in 9 budget years, interest alone is over $2 trillion a year, and that's on today's interest rates. So, Mr. Speaker, if you're one of the people like me who believe if we make the debt markets nervous and they start raising our interest rates, you're walking right into that thing they call a debt spiral. This is current policy if we just do it without paying for it. And that's assuming interest rates don't go up on us. I've shown in the past a chart that basically says if U.S. interest rates, and I said this last week and I need to drill it in so maybe someone hears it. If U.S. interest rates went up to a 6 handle, which we've been close before, in 9 budget years, 45% of all U.S. tax collections go just to interest. This isn't a game. This isn't a wish list of, I don't want to do difficult things. Do difficult things today, because if you blow this up in the near future, it gets almost impossible to deal with. And the dystopian crap you'd have to do to the American people will make today's tough decisions look like a walk in the park. And look, I'm going to breeze through just because I find some of this fun. Okay, did you know a penny actually costs like 3 cents to make? Okay, great, get rid of them. I don't care. A nickel actually costs almost 9 cents. But you'll be happy, we make monies on dimes and quarters and half dollars. But these are tiny. I'm going to make an argument as I walk through these boards. There's dozens and dozens and dozens of little things. They really don't add up to much. And you should absolutely do them. But if you're the politician, if you're the press, if you're the staff, if you're the talking head on cable television, and you're saying, well, if we just got rid of pennies, we're going to balance the U.S. budget, stop saying insanity. Because one of the problems is when people like us, we go home, we talk to our voters, and they've heard these things saying, you know, if you just got rid of the Department of Education, we'd be fine. And you show them the math, and they look at you like, well, I heard it on television. Please, I beg of you, take this seriously. There is a way to make this work. We just have to do really hard things. So let's take a look at this one. This is one of my favorite. So far, this is as of last Friday, I think there were 40,000 folks, according to the Wall Street Journal, who had said they'll take the early retirement. The reality of it, with the technology we have today, you could have a revolution in the federal workforce. You could dramatically change the number of people. How many law firms today actually have a fraction of the people they had 20 years ago, even 10 years ago, because of the use of technology? Why wouldn't you accept the same thing for your federal government? Remember, you're paying for this, but you got to understand the real math. If 40,000 federal workers, and I'm not actually even talking about the buyouts, that just their base salary, average salary $106,000, so do that times, and then we added in wages and benefits, times 40,000, it's 1 day of borrowing. On average right now, we're burning about $6 billion a day. 40,000 federal employees are gone. We covered 1 day of borrowing. And guess what? You absolutely are going to need to do things like that. But don't act like you just solved the U.S. debt problem. It's dozens and dozens of these things you have to stack up. So let's actually have a little bit more. I'm trying to tone down the sarcasm because we got to do these things. Let's get rid of foreign aid. You just covered 1 week of borrowing. Can't tell you how many times I'm at home and people say, if we just didn't have foreign aid, we could balance the budget. It's a week of borrowing. U.S. will waste billions of dollars on the United Nations. Okay, get rid of the United Nations. It's 2 days of borrowing. Let's take a look here. The U.S. spends too much on the Smithsonian and national parks. Okay, so if we're borrowing $6 billion a day and the Smithsonian costs $1 billion a year, you basically just cover what, 4 hours? Okay, maybe you don't want the museums. Maybe you want to create entrance fees. Well, you want to do something else. But don't act like you just balance the budget by doing something like that. Let's do another one. Cutting congressional salaries would solve the deficit. Look, we're probably overpaid for the quality of our work. But if you're borrowing $6 billion a day, and you do that, you basically, if you got rid of congressional salaries, I think it's 20 minutes for an entire year. So take an entire year of borrowing, you just covered 20 minutes. Stop saying crazy stuff. You know, these are serious problems. Maybe we need serious people to start actually thinking about these things. So let's take a look at another one. The government spends billions on unused federal office buildings. Absolutely, we need to clean this up. And it would be about, let's see, 6 hours, maybe 7 hours of borrowing. Get rid of all those unused office space, which we should do. Absolutely need to do that. But it's like 6 or 7 hours worth of borrowing because we're burning over $6 billion every single day. Am I making a point? Are you starting to understand the scale of what members of Congress have to take on? And these trite little sound bites don't get you anywhere. Cutting funding to NPR, PBS, and the National Endowment of the Arts would save billions. Cover 4 hours. 4 hours of borrowing. You know, maybe you should. Maybe you should actually turn those into public trust, let the public pay other than taxpayers, have them fundraise, fine. But don't act like you just solved the national debt problem. It's 4 hours of borrowing. Let's do one or two more, get this off my chest. Presidential travel. This was one of the Democrats was going after President Trump. Okay, all the presidential travel was like $350 billion. So you got an hour, 0.4. Yep, about an hour, 0.4. So, less than 2 hours for an entire year's worth of borrowing. Let's have one or two more fun just because I have them done. Department of Education salaries. Let's just get rid of the Department of Education salaries. Yay! You covered 9 hours of borrowing. Okay, how about another one? Emergency services for undocumented. These are people here illegally. They walk into hospitals. They get a federal subsidy. Okay, let's make it so it just becomes uncompensated care of the hospital. Fine. You covered 9 hours of borrowing for an entire year. The reality of it. It's not these crazy little trite things. Yes, they're problems. And there may be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars out there, which we need to crush and get rid of. We're going to borrow about $2.3 trillion this year. And in 10 years, that number is up dramatically. And it's demographics. If you look at the 30-year data, everything that's in the federal budget except Medicare and Social Security actually is designed to grow slower than tax receipts. We modeled that in 30 years, we'll have about $9 trillion surplus, as we had counted. It grows slower than tax receipts. Medicare and Social Security, my math is actually much more dour, but this board is like a year and a half, 2 years old. It's probably about $116 trillion in spend and interest. We can make this work. You can do this without cutting our brothers and sisters' benefits. But you gotta be willing to think disruptively. You gotta be willing to think creatively. You gotta be willing to think morally. You gotta be willing to think of how do we modernize the world around us. What would happen if you could change the cost of delivering services to our brothers and sisters by getting rid of the archaic designs of many of these programs? Look, my 2-year-old is somewhere in the back, and yes, I have a 2-year-old. My wife's exactly my age. And we adopted a little girl years ago, and same birth mom, the phone rang, so I have a little person. When my 2-year-old, and I've said this repeatedly, but I'm trying to have it break through. Is there anyone out there that thinks morally? When my 2-year-old is basically 22, 23 years old, every U.S. tax has to be doubled just to maintain baseline services. The math is very clear, and it's left math, right math. Every economist who's honest basically says, my kids, your grandkids, are going to be part of the first generation to actually be poorer than their parents and grandparents. That's not America. This was the country of aspiration. We were the ones that we always knew we were leaving the next generation an opportunity to be more prosperous. And it can be that way. But it can only be that way if this place stops acting like intellectual children. The bedwetting, I'm sorry, I take that back, Mr. Speaker. The fear, just the fear of going home and explaining to our constituents the truth. You see how the Democrats are acting right now just by data scientists digging through and looking for perversities in the data sets. You would think there would have been joy. Because those aren't cutting services. Those are finding people who are exploiting you, taking advantage of your country. But because it's being done by President Trump, it must be opposed. How do you fix things? How do you save Social Security? How do you save Medicare? How do you save the future when it's not a loyal opposition anymore? It's basically anything to burn the place down to take power. And for anyone who's really doesn't have a life and has watched this presentation, I beg of you, get good at the math. Stop making crap up. Because if you get good at the math, it provides us the opportunity to have the building blocks to actually produce a solution. There's hopes. There's ways it works. We also have some economic data that basically says we don't do it within about the next 4 years. and interest rates start to move against us, we're in for a long, slow rest of the century. And that's worth thinking about, because the debt starts piling and piling. Remember, in the previous year, I think we had 3 months where we had to borrow money to pay for our borrowing. For every dime we will take in tax collections this year, we're going to spend $1, I think it's $1.36, which is an improvement. Last year was $1.39. It doesn't have to be this way. We just have to start telling the truth. Tell the truth about the math, tell the truth to each other, and toughen up. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Speaker, I move that the House stand adjourned.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.